mind, and Rose's job was to persuade him to accept the job offer. She tried her best, but he was being difficult, and it took a long time. Just when it seemed like she might fail for the first time in her career, he suddenly changed his mind and agreed to take the job. Now, we were headed to a party at his place. "Come on, Eddie, stop wasting time. We are going to be late." She came into the bathroom, looking frustrated. "Eddie, you aren't even dressed yet. Hurry up." She was dressed like we were going to a fancy event, while I was dressed nicely, but without a suit. "I am dressed. I was just fixing my hair. Please, give me a moment." She looked shocked. "You can't be serious. Please tell me you're joking." "Rose, you know how I feel about dressing up. I'm not going to wear something silly." "A silly outfit? Every man at the party will be in a suit. You'll look out of place." "So what if I do? It's just a party." "Eddie, please, just wear the suit. Stop trying to be different. You need to act your age. You aren't the rebel you think you are." Rose moved in closer. "Eddie, please wear the suit and shave, and I promise it will be worth it." I laughed lightly. "You already owe me for this. Don't forget you promised me a special night just for going to this party." She smiled playfully. "Just go along with it, and I promise if you have a wish, it'll make it come true." I raised an eyebrow. "Are you saying that no matter what, you'll do it?" She nodded a bit shyly. "Yes, I promise." "You know what he'll ask for, right?" She frowned. "Yes, I know what you have in mind." I chuckled before agreeing. "All right, just give me a few minutes." "Thanks, love." She was almost out the door when I called after her. "Remember to remind me to grab some supplies on the way home." She winced at my joke but left the room. I smiled to myself. There was no way I was taking her offer seriously. I could see how upset she was, and I knew this meant a lot to her. So I made sure to look my best while getting ready. I put on the suit but decided to skip the tie. As I walked into the living room, she looked up from her phone and said, "Oh, thank goodness. But where's your tie?" "I'm sorry, but I'm not wearing a tie. I did put on the suit, though." She smiled and said, "Okay, thank you. But you know, if you're not wearing a tie, we might not need some things." I shrugged and replied, "That's fine with me." A playful smile appeared on her face. "Thank you, dear." I opened the car door for her, but she seemed worried as she adjusted her dress before fastening her seatbelt. "Eddie, we need to talk about the party tonight." After I closed the door and got into the driver's seat, I sighed. "What about it?" As I turned the key in the ignition and began to back down the driveway, she took a deep breath and said, "Eddie, Claire and Anthony are quite open about their relationships." I was startled and abruptly hit the brakes, making the car stop suddenly. "What did you say? Are they really open like that?" She nodded. "Yes, tonight is one of their gatherings." "So tonight is one of those parties?" She nodded again and I was left speechless. We had never discussed anything like this before. "What do you say in a situation like this?" I finally said, "I hope they understand that we won't be part of that." Just then I noticed a car horn blaring behind us. I realized we were blocking the road, so I moved over, parking partly on the curb to let the cars pass. They zoomed by, honking and expressing their frustration. Once the noise died down, I turned off the car and silence settled between us. After a moment, she smiled shyly, twirling her hair around her finger. "Well, I thought it might be interesting. When Claire and Anthony told me about it, I was nervous at first, but now I'm curious and wouldn't mind trying it out." I was taken aback. Leaning back in my seat, I said, "So you're telling me out of nowhere that you want to join this group? I think we should skip it. You're bringing this up at the last minute, and I don't have time to think it over." My answer is still no. She looked disappointed. "Please, it might be fun. We've both been so busy, and this could be a nice change." I struggled to find the right words to express my feelings, frustrated and feeling like I had been caught off guard. I firmly said, "The answer is still no." After what felt like a long pause, she asked, "Well, can we at least go and enjoy the party?" "We don't have to take part," she said, her voice shifting from disappointment to an excited tone. "But I must say, love, you might change your mind once you meet Claire. She's a very lovely woman." I thought about it for a bit, and after her pleading, I agreed. "All right, Rose, but let me be clear. We're just here to watch the party, and that's it. Honestly, I am surprised you even thought of this." She looked a bit upset. Sorry, I should have mentioned it earlier so we could talk, but can we please keep an open mind? They are nice people. As we drove there, they talked about Tony and Claire, and I was tired of hearing their names by the time we arrived at a grand house. It was located on the edge of a small village, set back from the road, surrounded by beautiful gardens. The long driveway was filled with expensive cars, Mercedes, BMWs, a Rolls, and possibly a Porsche. I felt a bit embarrassed parking our little Corolla behind them. It was hard not to feel a little intimidated and impressed. Walking up the steps, my heart raced. What a magnificent place. They must be quite wealthy. The door opened to reveal a stunning woman. She looked older than us, maybe in her late 40s, but was remarkably beautiful. She was tall, with long, shiny blonde hair framing a face that could be on a magazine cover. Her dress flowed elegantly, showing a hint of her well-toned legs. She warmly welcomed Rose with a kiss. "Hello, Rosemary, my dear," she said in a refined accent. Turning to me, she paused. "You must be Edwin. Welcome. Come in and meet everyone." Inside, she held out a crystal bowl filled with car keys. She smiled at me and whispered, "Drop your keys in there, dear." I glanced at Rose, who playfully tried to take the keys from my hand, but I held on tight, saying, "Sorry, Claire, we're just here for the party, nothing more." Claire looked confused. "I don't understand." She sighed, glancing at Rose. "I'm sorry, but the gathering is only for our close friends. If you're not interested in joining us, I'm not sure we can welcome you." Rose took her arm. "Please, Claire. It's just that Eddie is a bit shy and caught off guard. I kind of surprised him at the last minute. We really want to come in. We promise we won't be any trouble, and once Eddie meets some folks, I hope he might change his mind." She looked at me with hope, but I didn't say anything. Claire thought about it for a bit before letting out a sigh. "Fine, but I have to say I feel a bit let down. I told all our friends about the new members, and they are eager to meet you." She looped her arm through Rose's, and they walked ahead of me. My mouth felt so dry, like I had swallowed sand. The house was amazing, an old country estate that had been fixed up. It looked impressive, with beautiful classic furniture. The entrance was spacious, and soft music played as we entered a large reception area. There were about 10 couples, all dressed very nicely. The men wore suits, while the women were in elegant dresses. Glancing around, I noticed we were definitely the youngest ones there. Claire brought us over to a tall, fit guy who seemed older than she was. He looked like he worked out or played sports. He had an athletic build and seemed to be aging well. He had a strong jaw and bright eyes, giving off an air of confidence. As we got closer, he leaned towards Rosemary and gave her a long kiss, which surprised me. He extended his hand. "You must be Edwin. Nice to meet you. Rosemary has told us so much about you, and we've been looking forward to meeting you." His handshake was strong, maybe too strong, and he looked directly at me as he spoke. He introduced me to the other men in the group. It felt strange. I could feel the women watching me. It made me uncomfortable, like I was on display. We had only been there for a short time, and I wanted to leave. From the moment we arrived, Claire took Rosemary's hand and pulled her away to meet the women, leaving me on my own. I headed to the bar and asked for a beer. The bartender leaned in and said, "Try the kitchen. No beer here, but a scotch might be nice." Shaking my head, I made my way to the kitchen. When I walked in, I was amazed. The place gleamed with shiny surfaces everywhere. I found some beers at the bottom, and after looking for a bottle opener, felt tempted to pop the cap off against the counter. Eventually, I found an opener. I returned to the party feeling more relaxed with my drink. I still felt out of place, though. The conversations were mostly about business and golf, neither of which interested me at all. I definitely felt out of place. Rose, on the other hand, was having a great time. I watched her laugh and chat with a group of women. She seemed right at home. I found a quiet spot and hoped for a chance to leave. Claire must have noticed me standing alone. "You seem a bit shy, don't you, dear?" I nodded. "Yes, I guess I am." We stood quietly for a bit, unsure of what to say. Finally, she spoke. "Rosemary told me you are an engineer." I nodded. "That's right. Do you work in Scotland or somewhere?" "Yes, I am currently working on a bridge replacement." "I see. How long will you be there?" "Not sure. If we stay on schedule, maybe a couple more months. Rosemary said she misses you a lot. I've been away longer than usual for this project. As we talked, the band began to play. The dance floor quickly filled as couples moved to the music. Anthony picked Rose immediately, holding her close while they danced. His hug was a bit too close for what I thought was acceptable, but looking around, it seemed normal here. I couldn't wrap my head around the fact that everyone was here for something intimate. Claire sighed, took my hand, and spoke in an overly formal tone. "Come on, dear, let's introduce you to the ladies." Ladies, I chuckled to myself. More like older women. Aside from Claire, she's probably the youngest one here. She led me to a group of women sipping champagne. I don't think my beer from a bottle made a good impression. As I looked around, I saw they were all in their late 40s, and most seemed a bit tired. Claire introduced me, and as we talked, they slowly warmed up to me. One of them, Karen, even asked me to dance. As we moved around, I noticed Rose still dancing with Anthony. Karen was shorter than me and had a fuller figure. I could feel her warmth as we danced. Her dress was made of a light fabric, and I tried to keep a little distance, but she clung on. She whispered in my ear, "This is your first time at one of Claire's parties, isn't it?" I nodded, and she smiled. "You look a bit nervous. Just relax and enjoy yourself." Ducky. Oh dear, that reminded me of my mother. I was far from comfortable and really wasn't enjoying myself. In fact, I was a bit annoyed. After a couple of songs, I made an excuse and took Karen back to her group. I turned quickly before anyone could speak, rejoined the dancing group, and patted Anthony on the shoulder. "Sorry to interrupt, but I want to dance with my wife." He looked a bit disappointed, and Rose seemed unhappy too. But as he stepped away, I pulled her close. She didn't resist as we swayed together, her cheerful mood showing. "Are you having fun, sweetheart?" she whispered. "Not really, dear. This isn't my favorite scene. I know it matters for your business, but I'd rather leave this behind. Let's sneak out when we can. I'm sure you can think of some polite excuses." She leaned back to look at me. "Come on, don't be a party pooper. I'm having such a great time. Look at all the elegant women in the amazing fashion. And the men look so sharp too. Honey, you promised to enjoy the night." I chuckled. "Fun? With this crowd? Not likely. They seem like they belong in a retirement home." I expected a laugh, but she didn't find it funny. "You're being silly. Everyone around us is dancing and chatting. It's nice to have a night out. This is so much better than a Saturday night at the pub." When I groaned, she pressed on. "What did you think of Claire? She's quite lovely, isn't she?" I laughed lightly. "She's okay for someone older. She's probably close to my mom's age. They might have gone to school together." I was trying to lighten the mood while making my point. She leaned against me as we danced. "So you don't find her attractive?" "She's fine for her age, but I feel out of place here. I just want to get away from the pretentious crowd. Please don't mess this up for us. Tony is important. Just be cool." "Rose, listen to this music. I think it's from the 50s, just like these folks. It feels old and dull. I could get some CDs from the car to liven things up." She nudged me playfully. "Stop being grumpy. Some of these women might show you a few new things. Like playing Scrabble or bingo, maybe? Seriously, look around. Some of these women are stunning. Surely there's one here you find interesting. There's only one woman I want to be with, and she's in my arms right now. And soon, we'll be leaving together." Just then, a man tapped me on the shoulder. "Would you mind if I cut in?" I shook my head. "Sorry, friend, but yes, I would mind." He looked at me in surprise, as if he couldn't believe what he heard. I pulled Rose closer to me and led her away. She was upset. "That was really rude, Eddie. He just wanted to dance." "I'm sorry, but I'm not going to let go of the only beautiful woman in the room." Clearly annoyed, she stepped out of my arms and headed toward the bar to get drinks. While we were standing there, Anthony came up to us and asked Rose for another dance. "Shall we, my dear?" he said. She shot a teasing glance at me, brushed my hand away, smiled at him, and said, "I would love to." They walked back to the dance floor, and she began to dance with him. I noticed many couples around me were kissing, some while dancing and others in the shadows. I felt increasingly anxious and upset, wanting to leave the place. As I stood there quietly fuming, Claire walked over and we started to chat. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. She kept the conversation light, mostly talking about Rose, but I felt her body close to mine as she put her arm around my waist. "Are you enjoying the night?" she asked softly. I didn't want to be rude, so I said, "Yes, it's nice, thank you." "Really? Because you don't seem like you're having fun. What's the issue?" "Look, Claire, I don't want to offend you, but this just isn't my thing." She smiled and said, "Yes, I can tell from how you didn't want to join in." I couldn't hold back my question. "Why do you do it?" I tried to keep my tone neutral, but it was challenging. She replied with a smile, "We enjoy it. It may not be for everyone, but it's fun for us." When I didn't respond, she gently squeezed my waist and said, "Tony and I see love and physical connection as separate. You can have fun without feelings for the person you're with." She smiled again. "We both enjoy our time together and find that sharing with others like us adds to the fun." I shook my head. "Sorry, I don't view it that way." She laughed lightly. "That's a very traditional way to think." She noticed my frown. "Dear, the idea of being with just one person is something we've been taught, especially by the church and government. While people are focused on their families, it's easier to keep control. Humans are not naturally meant to be with only one person. We are taught that it's necessary. Society expects it." As I thought about what she said, I tried to argue back. "But when you love someone, don't you want to keep that special just for the two of you? Why would you? That's what I've been trying to explain. Why limit yourself? Just because I enjoy being with others doesn't mean I care for Tony any less." "Okay, so how does this work?" "It's really simple, dear," she replied. Each woman took out a set of car keys. Whoever's key she chose, she would go home with that person for the night. "So you stay the night together?" I asked. "Yes, dear, that's how it works. It helps avoid late-night hustles." "I still don't understand. Is Anthony not good enough for you?" She replied sharply. "Tony is great. He's truly skilled, the best I've ever known." "Then why do this?" "It's just for fun. It's exciting and a little cheeky. Look, darling, we all know it's not serious. We're friends who enjoy sharing. Nobody gets hurt. It's harmless." I shook my head, confused. "Sorry, I just don't get it." Maybe she had a point, but it didn't sit right with me. As we talked, I watched Rosemary dance with Anthony. She leaned in closely, resting her head on his shoulder while his hand rested on her back. Claire commented, "They move well together, don't they? Would you like to dance?" I wanted to say no, but didn't want to hurt her feelings. So we joined the dancers. I held her lightly as we swayed. She cuddled in closer, and I looked over at Rosemary. Her eyes met mine, and she had a cheeky look as she leaned into Anthony. Claire held me tightly, whispering, "So, have I changed your mind? Would you like to stay and join in?" I tried to be polite. "No, I'm sorry, Claire, but we'll be leaving soon." She tried to pull me in closer, her body moving against mine. "You don't find me attractive?" "Of course I do, but we are both married and I don't share your views. I believe in sticking to one partner." After a few songs, Claire, unable to get me to engage more closely, became upset and excused herself to attend to the guests. I decided to step in and dance with Rosemary and Anthony. He looked uncomfortable, and Rosemary seemed annoyed. As we danced, she said, "Why aren't you with Claire? You looked like you were having fun." She had to prepare some food and I didn't want to wear her out. You know how older people can be. She laughed a little. "You can be quite rude. Claire is a very attractive woman. For her age, I guess she's all right." When I noticed her frown, I added jokingly, "Your Uncle Jim would probably think she's quite lovely." "Your uncle?" she gasped in surprise. "Why are you being so mean?" "She's wonderful." "She'd definitely fit in at the local bingo hall," I joked. "Why are you being so disrespectful? Claire has been nothing but nice. Please don't ruin this for me." "Rose, she's nice enough, but come on, can we just leave now?" "Eddie, you promised to keep an open mind. Have you thought for even a moment that this could be a really fun night? Exciting and enjoyable?" "Rose, I'm not interested. Maybe if the people were our age, I would think differently. But look around. Honestly, how many of these guys would you actually want to date?" She leaned in closer. "I know they are a bit older, but honestly there are a few I find appealing. Tony seems really charming." She hesitated. "Eddie, what would you say if I wanted to stay and take part?" I frowned as I answered. I've already told you. Let's make our excuses and go home. Upset, she said, Eddie, if you just gave them a chance and tried to be nice instead of making mean comments, you might actually find it enjoyable. Please, Rose, let's just go home. She continued, You know, Claire mentioned she would like to dance with you tonight. I looked over at Claire enjoying herself on the dance floor. That's sweet of her, but my answer is still no. I felt her relax a little. Why are you so against this? Mostly because I feel you weren't honest with me. If you had told me about this earlier, maybe my feelings would be different. Right now, I'm still upset. You waited until the last minute to mention it. She sighed. I said I was sorry. I know that wasn't fair. When Tony suggested this, it has just been on my mind. It's exciting. Well, if I had known, I might have felt the same. Right now, I feel a bit tricked, and that doesn't sit well with me. Are you saying that if we talked more about it, you might be open to it? I don't know, Rose. I haven't had a chance to think it through. She rested her head on my shoulder, and I said, What if you had to dance with someone like Jeffrey over there? Would you still be so excited? Jeffrey was a short, balding man I met earlier. She shivered a little. Honestly? Probably not. How many of these guys would you actually be interested in, or is it just about Tony? Honestly, most of these men are quite appealing. Some of the women may not be as attractive, but if I'm being truthful, Jeffrey is really the only one I wouldn't want to get involved with. Even he has some qualities, I suppose. If Claire is to be trusted, he seems to be quite caring. Well, if he wasn't good, why would his wife want to be with him? Come on, Eddie, stop being so negative. I've seen you looking at Claire. I think you like her. I won't deny she's nice for someone a bit older, but you can't be sure who you'll end up with. It's all random. Claire said she would let me choose first. She knows which keys belong to Tony, so I would pick those. I see. So this is all about you wanting to be with Tony? She stiffened slightly. I won't deny that. Hun, I tried to explain it to you. No, you really didn't. Just be honest for once tonight. Is this all a plan for you to be with Tony? Did you use that to get him to sign the contract? She looked surprised and hurt. No, it's not. This has nothing to do with the contract. Believe it or not, we became friends during this. He invited me, and when I said I didn't want to just be with someone I didn't know, he explained how things would go. So this was planned from the start? Yes, in a way. You get to be with the most attractive woman here tonight. Claire is really something special. You can't deny that you find her interesting. I don't deny it. She is very pretty, but I'm not doing this. I want to leave now. She sighed. All right, I will go and tell her the bad news. You know she will be disappointed. She likes you a lot. I shook my head as she went off to find Claire. I walked over to the bar for a drink. While I was standing there, Anthony came over. Would you like a whiskey, old friend? No thanks, I have to drive. He frowned. Well, why not stay the night? We have plenty of space. You could relax and enjoy yourself. No thanks. Rose just went to tell Claire we are leaving. He looked unhappy and walked away, mumbling to himself. A moment later, Claire came over and picked up a crystal bowl from the bar. She approached me with it. Would you like to join in, Edwin? I shook my head. No thanks, Claire. She looked displeased, but went to stand next to Anthony. The music stopped, and the chatter fell silent. Well, we have reached that part of the evening, ladies and gentlemen, Anthony announced. It's time for the draw. Rose, who had come over to stand beside me, whispered, What do you think, hun? Should we add our keys before they pick? Please do this one thing for me. I promise I will make it up to you. She gave me a quick kiss. You never know. You might even enjoy it. I shook my head and whispered, Not a chance. Her frown was so disapproving it was chilling. We watched as Anthony said, All right, ladies, come and choose your prize. The women took turns pulling keys from the bowl and then walking over to whoever owned them. I couldn't believe it. They all looked so happy. After it was done, I asked, Are you ready to leave now? Rose slowly nodded. Just give me a minute to say goodbye. She walked over to Claire, and they shared a hug before she came back looking sad. We reached the door, and Claire caught us just as we opened it. Hold on, Edwin. Rose and I turned to her. She sighed. I'm sorry you didn't enjoy yourself tonight and that I couldn't change your mind. I'm sure if you had given me a chance, you wouldn't have been disappointed. I shrugged. Maybe, but I'm happy with my choice. She shook her head, clearly unhappy, and hugged Rose. We then headed to the car. As soon as the car door closed, Rose exclaimed, "Wow, Eddie, that was so embarrassing." "You're right. That was really uncomfortable. What a group of stuck-up people." She frowned and said, "Not them, you fool. This could have been avoided if you had put the keys in the bowl." I laughed. "No way, Rose. I just couldn't go through with that." She replied, "Seriously, you can be a real piece of work sometimes." "Yeah, you might be right, but there's no way I was going to take just anyone home." "Come on, Eddie. It was just going to be something a little different, something exciting. It was just one night." "Rose, you know how I feel about these things. I told you about my dad and how his actions affected my life." "Yeah, but this wasn't cheating. Just a fun time, something we could laugh about later." The car was quiet for the rest of the drive until we parked outside our flat. "Eddie, I wanted to join in tonight. I've been looking forward to it. Anthony is a handsome guy, and I wanted to see what it would be like." "If that's what you want, maybe we need to think about what our marriage is really about. If that's what you want, maybe we should consider going our separate ways." She looked surprised. "What, that seems a bit extreme, don't you think?" "No, not really. From my point of view, we never talked about this." "You brought it up suddenly and I'm just supposed to agree? You can do whatever you want?" she complained as she searched her purse for the key. "All I said was I was interested. Why can't we at least talk about it?" I shrugged as she opened the door. "We can talk, Rose. I'm okay with discussing it, but I won't be pushed into something I don't want. Come on, no one was forcing you. I didn't see anyone twisting your arm. Sometimes you really frustrate me. I have my principles. Remember the promises we made at our wedding?" She scoffed. "What if one of the women at that party had been really attractive? What then?" "I don't know, because that didn't happen." "So you didn't get involved just because the women weren't your type?" "No, listen to me, Rose. I've never cheated on you, and I never will. I don't look for other women." "What if I said it was fine, that you could be with her without feeling any guilt?" "Weren't you listening? I said I wouldn't cheat on you." She growled. "You're being ridiculous. If we both know about it and agree, it's not cheating." When I just shrugged, she exclaimed, "You are impossible." That night in bed, it was cold, and she turned away from me. As I lay there staring at the ceiling, I asked, "So, you wanted to be with Anthony?" She turned back toward me, and even in the dark, I could see she was uncertain. She hesitated, but finally said, "Yes, I did. He is handsome and charming. I was looking forward to it. I have to go back to Scotland Sunday night. Should I be worried that you might see him while I'm gone?" She glared at me angry and replied, "No, I wouldn't cheat. I won't lie. I'm disappointed, but I would never cheat." "Rose, if I find out you were with him, I really believe our marriage would be over." Pulling the blankets tightly around herself, she hissed, "I told you not to worry. Stop bothering me about it." I was supposed to drive back to Scotland the next afternoon, and when I woke up, even though Rose promised she wouldn't cheat, I was still worried. I tried to finish some chores around the house until she got up. She woke up late and approached me quietly as I was putting clothes in the washing machine. "Eddie, I'm sorry about yesterday. You were right. I should have been honest with you from the start." I nodded. "Yes, you should have. Now I'm very concerned about our relationship and if I can trust you." She kissed the back of my neck. "Eddie, I promised I wouldn't cheat and I mean it. You don't need to worry." "That's easy for you to say, but up until yesterday, if someone asked me if you would want to be with someone else, I would have laughed. Don't you see, Rose, you were dishonest with me. Now I wonder if you're being truthful. If I wanted to cheat, I could have. You missed the point of last night. I wanted us to enjoy something together. This morning, we could have laughed about it, sharing what we had done. We would have talked about our little secrets." I could see the sparkle in her eye. "Eddie, that's what this was about." "Yes, I have feelings for Tony, but it was really about us being together." She looked at me in a peculiar way. "Are you feeling scared or jealous of Tony?" I nodded. "Yes, I guess I felt a bit intimidated by him. The house, the cars, the money. I didn't want to share you with him. Surely you felt something similar? I leaned into her arms and she looked me directly in the eyes. Yes, I felt jealous. Claire is much more attractive than I am, but jealousy made me realize how much I care about you. I trust you. We kissed. It was a strong, passionate kiss that reminded me how much I'd missed her. After being apart for 2 weeks, I was eager for our time together. You promised me that if I went away last night, you would do something special. She smiled playfully. Bacon and eggs? I shook my head. No, you mentioned something about fulfilling my wildest dream. Oh, that. But you didn't wear the tie. I frowned, and she laughed softly. I guess we could go back and have some fun. We spent the afternoon together, enjoying each other's company. When I peeked out of the shower, she was on the phone and seemed cheerful. She smiled at me, jumped up, and kissed me on the cheek. Just a moment, love. You'll be down in a few minutes. I made myself a couple of sandwiches for the road. Before I left, we shared a kiss. The drive north gave me lots of time to think. I couldn't help but wonder why she was interested in someone older. Sure, he was rich and somewhat famous, but he didn't seem like a great person. I always knew she had a more open view towards relationships, but I never thought she would stray. For the next few days, we settled back into our nightly Skype calls. She even apologized for surprising me with the party. I couldn't hold back my question. Why, Rose? Why did you want to go? I watched as she fiddled with a pen, mumbling, I don't know. It just felt exciting, and I admit I've been a bit drawn to Tony. He's quite charming. But there's nothing between you two? I can trust you? I asked, feeling nervous. She sighed. I promised you, didn't I? Eddie, don't be so insecure. You're acting like a jealous person. That's because I am. Things returned to normal, but soon there were more mentions of Tony and Claire in our talks. I complained, but that only seemed to make her talk about them more. 2 weeks later, I finally had a weekend off and drove home. When I walked in on Friday night, I was welcomed with a warm hug and a deep kiss that made me feel loved. It felt like we were reconnecting, and I cherished every moment of it. Her soft lips pressed against mine, and I could taste the spices from the food and the wine. A lovely scent surrounded us, and I felt a rush of emotion. Our lips moved together as the moment grew more intense. I hadn't planned for this to happen. I wanted to stay upset with her, but the way she kissed me was hard to resist. My hand instinctively moved closer to her. I was surprised by how warm she felt. The fabric of her clothing was damp, and I could feel her excitement. The energy between us was undeniable, and it seemed like everything around us faded away. With gentle touches, my fingers explored, and a wave of connection washed over us. It was spontaneous, and it felt good. She pulled me closer, encouraging me to come near. We found ourselves in the living room, and everything flowed naturally. Our movements were filled with passion. Every touch and cry seemed to pull us deeper into the moment, fueling the warmth between us. Her joy mirrored mine, and it was a special experience we shared together. It didn't happen often, but in that moment everything felt right, like we were perfectly in sync. Later we moved to the bedroom, where our connection turned soft and slow. It felt comforting, a nice change from the earlier rush. Afterward, in the cozy warmth that followed, she looked at me and softly said, I'm really glad you're back. I've missed you so much. She kissed me gently and asked, How much longer do you think you'll be away? Just 2 more months with a bit of luck? Things are going well, so it shouldn't be too much longer. She gazed at me, her eyes full of hope. Can you try to find a job nearby? I'm getting a little lonely at night. With what I earn, we could manage if you took a job with less pay. We'll see, I promise he'll try, I replied. It felt wonderful to be home and to reconnect in such a meaningful way. I wanted to share what happened that weekend, but since we were getting along well again, I didn't want to mess that up. Back in Scotland, living in my small place, the only bright spot was our nightly Skype chats. We usually spent about 2 hours talking and playing games online. Rose was quite open about her feelings, and our discussions helped us both feel balanced. A few weeks passed before I got to see her again. I walked through the door, and Rose immediately surprised me with her enthusiasm. Later, as we lay in bed, she leaned over and whispered to me, I hope you're not upset, but Tony and Claire want us to come over for dinner tomorrow night. Oh, man, I thought, frowning in the dark. No, Rose, I don't want to go. It's not another one of those situations, is it? She shook her head. It's not a party if that's what you're thinking. Just the four of us? I asked. Yes, it's just dinner. Why? I felt uneasy. She hesitated slightly. They want to talk to us. About what? Well, maybe the four of us should spend time together. It won't be like a party. Is it about swapping? She kissed me softly and said, Yes, Eddie. Claire and I have become friends. I know it's unexpected, but we've had dinner a few times and I really like her. She thinks maybe a quieter gathering might help. We lay there, our hearts sinking as I thought about what she said. She spoke gently. Babe, you've had some time to think. What do you think? She was right. I had thought about it a lot. The idea intrigued me, especially since Claire was a captivating woman. The thing that worried me was Tony. I didn't want to share Rose with him. He had everything, a nice house, money, cars, and a beautiful wife. The one thing I valued most in my life was Rose, and I didn't want him to take her away. I'd rather not go. Rose, I only get home for a couple of days every 2 weeks. Can we just spend that time together? I really miss you. I don't want to waste time with them. She hesitated. I kind of promised we would go. It's just one night. No, just call them in the morning and say, I'm not feeling well. Please talk to them. If you still feel unsure, we can leave early and I promise it will be worth it. Remember last time? As always, she knew how to convince me. Okay, but we're leaving early. She sighed. All I ask is that we keep an open mind and think about the options. Do you really want to do this? Yes, was all she replied. It had been a long, tiring day, and the drive home had worn me out. I quietly drifted into a peaceful sleep, feeling a little anxious. I slept in late. When I finally woke up, the sun was bright, and I could hear music playing downstairs. Rose was busy with her Saturday morning cleaning. The music was lively, and she moved around, organizing and tidying up. When she saw me, she walked over with a cheerful smile. She leaned in and gave me a warm kiss. As she pulled away, she grinned and said, Good morning. You sure know how to sleep in? I shrugged and replied, Sorry, it was a long day. She kissed me again. Why don't you take a seat? I'll make us breakfast. We enjoyed breakfast together while she chatted about work and her parents. It was nice to catch up. I shared updates about my project, but I noticed her eyes drifting off. She wasn't really interested in the technical details. She preferred the funny stories and gossip. After breakfast, she mentioned wanting to go shopping. I need you to come with me, she said. I hesitated. Really? You usually prefer to shop alone. Why not take one of your friends? She smiled and said, Because I want to shop for you. For me? I asked, surprised. Yes. I want you to find something nice for tonight. You know you need a little help with your style. With a sigh, I agreed. Okay, let's go. And so we found ourselves moving from store to store. I was a simple jeans and shirt kind of guy, not really into fashion. Rose encouraged me to try on different shirts and pants. I found a couple of shirts I liked, but I was not comfortable in the pants. They just didn't feel right, and I didn't like how I looked in them. In the end, I bought a couple of new pairs of jeans and even a set of comfortable loafers. As we continued, we wandered into women's fashion stores. Rose tried on many dresses and skirts, always going for the latest styles. Some were quite different, with short lengths and unique designs. As we finished up shopping, she decided to check out the lingerie section. She pulled me into the fitting room as she tried on various bras, choosing delicate ones that looked lovely. Later, as we prepared for dinner, Rose took special care in selecting her outfit for the evening. Do you like it? She asked, her voice light and friendly. Yes, very nice. I look forward to taking it off when we come back later. She tilted her head. But do you think Tony will like it? I chuckled. He will never see it, so we don't need to worry. She bit her lip, thinking, Are you sure? Absolutely, she sighed. That makes me a bit sad. You said we would be open-minded. I am open-minded. I'm happy to talk about changes in the future. But tonight, it will just be me who gets to see your things. She walked over and gave me a gentle kiss. Arriving at Anthony and Claire's home felt a bit intimidating. It looked just like I remembered, even without the fancy cars in front. Claire met us at the door just like last time. She looked even more stunning, tall and graceful as she moved. Welcome, you two. Her eyes landed on me and she smiled. "Oh, you look very nice tonight, Edwin." I nodded. "Thank you." She turned to Rose and they exchanged a light kiss. "You look amazing, truly lovely." Rose laughed and replied, "Thank you, Claire. You look wonderful." She turned to me. "Don't you think she looks fantastic, Eddie?" I nodded. "Yeah, very nice." She teased me gently. "Oh, come on. You can say what you think. She looks fabulous, so say it." "Let's not give him a hard time," Claire said playfully. We went inside to find Anthony at the bar. He noticed us and came over quickly. He embraced Rose and they shared a welcoming kiss. "Welcome, Rose. You look especially lovely tonight." She returned his greeting. "Thank you, Tony." He turned to me, extending his hand for a shake. "Edwin, you look sharp as well." We shook hands and he asked, "What would you like to drink?" Claire spoke up. "We'll have champagne, please." Rose nodded in agreement. He looked at me. "And what about you? I'm enjoying a nice scotch. Want to try a bit?" "No thanks, Anthony. I'll have a beer if you have one." He nodded. "Sure thing, but you're missing out. The scotch is great." I shook my head. "I have to drive, so no thanks." He found me a beer and passed out the drinks. "How about we move to the snug?" He led us to a cozy room near the dining area. There were some snacks on the coffee table. Rose and I sat together on one sofa, while Anthony and Claire took the other. We faced each other, and there was a bit of an awkward silence. After a moment, Anthony asked, "How's work going? I heard the bridge project is almost finished." I nodded, surprised he knew. "Yes, the project is going well. Was it a repair or a replacement?" "Replacement, with the foundations already in place." He asked a few more questions about it, which took me off guard. When he noticed my confusion, he chuckled. "I wasn't always a CEO. I started from nothing. I worked hard for this." That caught me by surprise. I think he saw my disbelief. "Edwin, I didn't even go to college. I did that later in life. I began working on construction sites, driving trucks, and doing hard labor. I put in long hours to get where I am now." Claire chimed in. "Yes, Edwin, we both come from Spring Hill. Neither of us had wealthy families." "You don't need to explain anything to me," I replied. "Actually, Edwin, would you mind if I called you Eddie?" Claire asked softly. "Eddie is fine. That's what most people call me." She nodded. "Rose and I have become quite close. She told me you think we are stuck up. That hurt when I heard it. But you know what? You're right. We have worked hard to get here, and I guess we stick to our own friends now." When I didn't answer, she continued, "Yes, it hurt that you see us that way." "You don't have to worry. That was just my opinion, and I mentioned it in private." I shot a glance at Rose, who turned away. Tony got me another beer and refilled the girls' glasses. "So how did you achieve all of this?" I asked, tossing my arms to gesture at the house. "We worked hard. Claire was a model and earned a lot of money. That was hard for a proud guy like me. She was doing so well while I was living in a tiny room. When we went out on a date, I shared my dream of starting my own company. She lent me some money." "Wow, you must have been quite good at it." He shook his head. "Not really, but I knew someone who was. I asked him to teach me. I used his contracts, sought some help from a few officials, and managed to land some good deals. We built from there." "But how did you become CEO of one of Britain's biggest companies?" "I figured out I wasn't a great builder, but I was good at business. I took night classes in business management and did really well. I enjoyed learning outside the strict rules of school." He finished his drink and went to get more. "He worked hard, you know," Claire said. "He spent 12 hours a day on site and then came home to study. He was dedicated. I'm so proud of him." "And you should be. He's in high demand now," Rose added. When Anthony returned, he continued. "The chances I got were because of Claire. Her earnings let me buy new tools, seek more work, and hire good people. I couldn't have done it without her support." Claire turned a bit red, but her pride was clear. "Anyway, enough about us. We invited you tonight to get to know you better. I felt we didn't start off right at the party." "No, not really. I was surprised when I learned why they were having a party, and it changed how I viewed you." "What? Just because we share our feelings? You think less of me for that?" I nodded. "I don't really get into that. I guess I'm a bit old-fashioned." "Eddie, We like being close with each other. We discovered a long time ago that we enjoy it. We talked openly about our feelings and what makes us happy. He smiled. When we were younger and Claire was in modeling, I knew other guys were interested in her every day. I felt jealous, but I understood it was part of her job to be charming. I had to put my feelings aside. Otherwise, I would have worried too much. Claire jumped in. He's right. The fashion world can be shallow, and some people can be disrespectful. Eddie, Tony said, we had to communicate, and we made a promise. We vowed never to cheat. We could be close with others, but we had to be honest with each other. No relationship can survive dishonesty. We've stayed strong because we trust each other. I don't follow, I muttered. I might be out of line here, but Claire mentioned that your relationship is strong, so why include others? They exchanged looks. Tony sighed. We find excitement in exploring. Being close is a wonderful experience. Including others just adds to it. But if what you have is great, what's the point? To me, it seems complicated for little gain. They both laughed. Little gain? Claire said in surprise. Eddie, sharing intimacy with someone else is an amazing feeling. Do you remember your first time? I nodded. Yeah, everyone does. What about your second time? Did you enjoy it? I nodded again. Yes. Was it as good or better than the first? I guess they were similar, but just different. Claire frowned. You can't dodge the question better or worse. I hesitated. I'm not sure. It was just different. How many partners have you had? She asked. I shifted uncomfortably and glanced at Rose, who was smiling. Come on, Eddie, she urged playfully. How many? After a moment, I said, 6 or 7, I think. I wasn't counting. The key is, Eddie, did you enjoy all of them? Yes, they were all unique experiences. Claire nodded. That's the idea. Each time we connect with someone new, it's different. Not necessarily better, just a different experience. If you approach it positively, it can be amazing. That sounds risky to me. How so? Tony asked. I don't know. What if you develop feelings for them? Jealousy, anger, those kinds of things? We aren't looking for that. Claire added, Eddie, if you and I went to another room to be close, would you still care for Rose? Will you still feel the same about her tomorrow? I shook my head and sighed. I'm not sure. I know I'd feel guilty and embarrassed. She might not like me, and we could end up arguing. It could break our marriage. Rose jumped in. Babe, I wouldn't be angry. I would be excited. The idea makes me happy. I groaned. You say that now, but once it happens, it might feel different. There's no turning back after. Sweetheart, we're not children. We're adults. I believe in our marriage fully. We can handle anything together. But what if we can't? I asked. Do you want to risk that? Just then, the cook came in to say dinner was ready. Claire led us to the dining room, and the butler began serving the food. The topic of conversation changed. Tony was quite funny and really smart. He asked about my project, and I could tell he knew a lot. The girls began chatting about fashion. Our glasses were filled, and Claire made me try the Merlot they had. As we ate and talked, the glasses kept being filled. I was starting to feel a little dizzy. After dinner, we moved back to the cozy room. Tony brought another beer, and we settled into our seats. I waved off the beer with a small laugh. No, not for me. I have to drive home later. He set the beer down on the table. Claire now spoke up. Eddie, we have spare rooms. You can stay the night. That way you can relax and enjoy the evening. Rose added, Yeah, it would be nice to take a break. Tony chimed in, Then we can try that new scotch. I have a brandy I think everyone would enjoy. Rose's eyes lit up. I'd love to try brandy. I've never had it before. He stood up. Let's get that right now. He went out to the bar. Claire repeated, Stay the night. I don't mean anything more than that. We have guest rooms. Come on, Eddie, Rose urged. It'll be fun to spend a night away. I realized I wasn't getting out of this. Tony came back with the brandy and offered a toast. Oh my goodness, this is wonderful, Rose exclaimed. She was right. It was quite nice. After another refill, I could see Rose was just as tipsy as I was. Claire clicked a remote, and soft music began to play from hidden speakers. I've been rude, she said. Would you like a tour of the house, Eddie? Nervously, I replied, Rose would probably want to, right, hun? She nodded. Yes, I'd like that. The girls left the room and Tony focused on me. Eddie, my friend, I get your worries. I was a bundle of nerves when Claire was younger and modeling. I saw how some people could be. Yeah, it must have been hard. The fashion world has its share of difficult people. He agreed. That's true. The only thing that helped me was knowing she would come home to me every night. She loved me and always treated me kindly. But was she seeing others? I asked. She admitted to a few occasions. She was honest with me. We discussed it. It's all about being truthful. She shared everything. Didn't you ever feel hurt or upset? I inquired. Of course, it's hard not to feel those things. It's a natural reaction. He must have noticed my confusion. Eddie, we are raised to feel that way. If you can let go of those feelings, life becomes much easier. He continued without giving me much time to think. I love my car. If I lend it to my friend and he returns it in good shape, I don't love it any less. I chuckled. Are you really comparing your wife to your car? No, that didn't come out right. I was just trying to make a point. If you spent time with Claire, it wouldn't change how I feel about her. All this jealousy is unnecessary. What if she enjoys her time with me more than with you? He shrugged. Then she has a good time. I'm not great at massages. If you give her a better one, I won't be upset. At that moment, the cheerful group of girls entered with big smiles. It's nice to see you boys behaving, Claire said. Could you get us another drink, please? Claire asked. Tony jumped up and quickly went to get the drinks. She stood by the coffee table and moved gracefully, enjoying the music. I love this song. She looked at me. Would you like to dance? Rose, who had settled next to me, nudged me gently. Come on, don't be shy. I hesitated, but Claire reached out her hand. Come on, I'm friendly. I let her pull me up. The space wasn't really made for dancing. The thick carpet and the large coffee table made it tricky to move. But it didn't really matter. We were just swaying slightly, her body close to mine. She rested her head on my shoulder. We moved gently to the music. I felt a bit of tension. Claire was leaning closer, and I knew she was trying to make a connection. I tried to create some distance, but she wrapped her arms around me. In her heels, she was eye level with me, and her soft breath brushed against my neck. You move nicely, she said softly. I was aware of the moment. It felt challenging to resist if I stayed this close. I hadn't realized my eyes were closed. I opened my eyes and saw Tony and Rose in a close embrace just a few steps away. The image of Tony holding Rose brought me back to reality. I stepped back from Claire and said, I could really use a drink. Tony let go of Rose and replied, What would you like? I have a nice whiskey I can suggest. I was just relieved that he had stopped hugging my wife. Yeah, that sounds good. Thanks. Rose came over to me, wrapped her arms around my neck, and we kissed. Looks like someone liked that dance, she said with a smile. I chuckled and fell back onto the big sofa, pulling her down with me. She giggled as she landed in my lap. Claire had moved to the other couch and watched us as Rose kissed me again. She playfully nibbled my ear while shifting on my lap. Why did you stop dancing? It seemed like you were both having a good time. It just didn't feel right, I replied. Why not? We're married, and so are they. We made promises to each other. Don't be so serious, just enjoy the moment. Her words surprised me, and I sighed. I care about my wife a lot. I don't want to lose her. She rested her head against my chest, relaxing. I love you too, but you looked happy. Just let it be. Tony came back with drinks for everyone. The mood shifted a bit. The conversation felt awkward. I said, I think it's time to call a taxi. We didn't plan to stay the night. Rose groaned. Eddie, I just got cozy. I was enjoying myself. I looked into her eyes and said softly, Rose, we didn't bring any clothes for bed. She leaned in and joked, When have you ever worn pajamas? But I could sense the tension. I ignored her comment and pulled out my phone to call a taxi. 10 minutes later, we were at the front door. Claire hugged Rose and said, Sorry, things got weird. She turned to me with a frown and said, Eddie, you didn't need to leave. There was no pressure. Good night, Claire, I replied. During the taxi ride home, Rose curled up against me and we stayed quiet. At home, we went straight to the bedroom. In bed, we cuddled again. Rose teased, "What happened to your pajamas?" "You know I never wear them." "I just wanted to leave." "Why? We were having fun. What was the issue?" "The issue was seeing Tony with his hands on you made me feel really upset," I admitted. She laughed a little. "Wow, I didn't know you felt that way." It was my turn to be annoyed. "You misunderstood me. I wanted to stop him from getting too close to you." "Rose, I don't enjoy seeing you upset like this," I said gently. She sat up, looking surprised. "Wait, you're serious?" I nodded. "Yes, that's what I've been trying to tell you. This just isn't my thing." She leaned back on her pillow. "No pressure, hon. We don't have to do anything." We relaxed together, shared some light kisses, and held each other close, letting the warmth of the moment speak for itself. Sunday came, and we spent it lazily, just lounging around the house. Eventually, I needed to go back to Tony's place to pick up my car, and Rose decided to come with me. When we pulled into Tony's driveway, I headed straight for my car. "What are you doing?" Rose asked. "Going home. What does it look like?" "We can't just leave. We should at least say hello." "Rose, I don't have much time. I really need to get home and pack." "We don't have to stay. It's just polite to say hi." With that, she turned, walked to the front door, and rang the bell. Tony opened the door, greeted her with a hug, and asked, "Are you coming in?" Rose looked back at me, but I shook my head. "We really have to go. I'm running late." She held my hand, trying to reassure me. "Eddie, we can go in and say hi. It's not that late." I pulled away, saying firmly, "I don't have time. We need to go." Rose sighed, disappointed. "Sorry, Tony. Maybe another time." As we drove off, Rose couldn't hold back. "Eddie, that was rude. A quick hello wouldn't have hurt. I told you I just wanted to leave. It became awkward because you wouldn't listen. We could have simply left, and they wouldn't have even known we were here. Or we could have gone in, had a quick chat, and left. You know, like polite people do." I left for Scotland under a bit of a cloud. We barely said goodbye, and things felt strained. The next few days passed in near silence from Rose. No calls, no messages. Sure, it was a little painful, but I buried myself in work, which helped me stay focused. With the project nearing completion, there was plenty of paperwork to handle, and I threw myself into it. But the nights were tough. I missed Rose, especially those little moments of connection we'd share over the phone while I was away. I tried to shake off my restlessness by staying busy, yet some memories still lingered, bringing back flashes of moments shared, the comfort of her presence, and the warmth of our time together. It was a reminder of how close we were, and it left me both thoughtful and missing her even more. As the week went by, the memories became stronger and more vivid. At the end of the week, Rose called me. "Hi, Eddie. How are you?" Her voice was a bit unsure. "Everything's good, just busy." "I'm sorry for the way I acted. It was silly. I guess I was feeling frustrated." "Frustrated?" I repeated, unsure. "Eddie, I don't get it. We were all having fun on Saturday, enjoying each other's company, and then you suddenly turned serious." She took a deep breath. "Why can't you just relax? What happened?" "I told you what happened. I saw Tony being too close to you, and I felt angry and jealous." She started to respond, but I interrupted her. "Rose, I tried to explain. I don't want to keep going in this direction. If that's what you want, we need to talk about where we stand and what we both want from our relationship." The phone was quiet for a moment. I could hear her breathing, and I knew she could hear me too. The tension built as we both searched for the right words. Finally, she asked softly, "Why do you think that?" "I don't know, Rose. It feels like we want different things right now." "You can't be serious just because of recent events?" "It's more than that. Since the party, we seem to be heading in different directions. You seem eager to explore new things, but am hesitant. We need to think about what this all means. Maybe we can have a proper talk when I get home next." She sighed. "Okay, but I think you're overreacting." "Maybe, but we will see. Goodbye for now. Can I call you later? Maybe on Skype?" "Yes, of course." I didn't get home until the end of the month, and by then things had settled a bit. We returned to our texting and video calls. Walking in the door felt amazing. Rose jumped into my arms and we shared a warm kiss, feeling close to each other. "It's so good to have you back," she said, smiling. I wrapped my arms around her and replied, "I've missed you so much." We skipped dinner and headed to the bedroom, where things got heated between us. Eventually, Rose said, "Wow, now I'm really hungry." We made our way to the kitchen and prepared some cheese on toast. As it cooked, Rose asked, "What did you mean when you said we need to talk about things?" Not wanting to dive deep into the subject, I said, "I think we should understand what we want from our future together. I hope we still share the same dreams." "My feelings haven't changed, Eddie. I love you and want what we always talked about. A home, kids, being a family, and traveling to show them the world." Grinning, I whispered back, "That's exactly what I want too. I love you, but I wonder how you can combine that with being with other men. Eddie, it's not just me, it's about us doing it together. But I don't want to, and you do. That is the difference. Can you be happy living together as a couple? Because I cannot accept anything else." She took the cheese on toast out of the oven and we moved to the table. I got a couple of beers from the fridge and we started eating. As we ate, she said, "I got upset because you seemed to be having so much fun at Tony and Claire's. I saw you dancing with her, and you looked really into it. Then for some reason you got all upset and we left. You say you don't want to do this, but you've never really tried." I finished my beer and complained a bit. "Rose, I tried to explain this. I got mad seeing Tony being so close to you. It made me jealous and angry. I can't go through that again. I was worried about losing my temper." We finished our meal and went back to bed. She cuddled close, resting her head on my shoulder. "Would it feel different if we weren't in the same room? If you couldn't see it?" "I don't know. I don't think so because just thinking about it hurts. I worry I can't handle it and that the jealousy will just take over and he'll have to leave." "What do you mean, leave?" she asked quietly, her voice shaky. "I mean, the way I felt the other night, I was ready to come home, pack my bags, and just drive away." "You would give up on our marriage just for that?" Frustrated with her misunderstanding, I said, "That's what I'm talking about. You say just for that. Betrayal is not a small thing. Breaking our vows is a big deal. But we wouldn't be betraying each other. We would be spending time with friends together." "No, it would just be you because I'm not interested in that. That's not how it looked the other night. I was drinking. I apologize for letting it get to me. It won't happen again." She clenched her teeth and frowned. "But I want to try it again." I sighed as she kissed my arm. "That's the issue. We both want different things. If you were with someone else, no matter who it was, I would leave." She frowned. "Then what happens? Either we agree it was just a fun distraction and move on to live happily together, or I leave. That's how I see it." When she didn't respond, I added, "It's your choice, Rose. I love you. I want to spend our lives together like we planned, but I cannot accept betrayal." She was about to say something, but I gently put my fingers over her mouth and said, "Don't say it, Rose. You choose what you want, me or a different life with them." She didn't hesitate. "It's no contest. I choose you." The next day, we were cleaning the apartment when we heard a knock on the door. Claire opened it and called, "Hello, are you ready?" Rose whispered to me, "Oh no." She looked at me with a frown. "I forgot. We're supposed to go shopping." Claire came in, hugged Rose, and then smiled at me. "The Wanderer returns. How was your day?" With a sigh, I said, "Busy." She looked concerned. "Oh, you poor thing. At least I'm taking your lovely wife out for the day, right?" She smiled at Rose, who looked at me with worry. "Yeah, I guess so," I replied. Rose's face lit up and she said, "Thanks, babe. Could you make Claire a tea while I change?" She hurried upstairs and I turned on the kettle. "How have you been?" I asked Claire. She frowned a bit. "Am I interrupting?" "No, we were just cleaning up. Rose must have forgotten." "Oh, good. I thought I was bothering you. Tony is overseas at a conference. Rose offered to spend the day with me and help me shop." They left, laughing as they got into Claire's car. Deciding not to clean anymore, I plopped down on the sofa. It was late when they returned with bags full of shopping. I tried to ignore them, but they were loud. Rose came over and shook me awake. "Hello, sleepyhead. Where have you been? It's after 6. With giggles, she said, "Sorry, we lost track of time. We had a wonderful day." I sat up and asked, "What's for dinner?" She winced. "Sorry, we ate out. We called to see if you wanted to join us, but you didn't answer." I stood and stretched, going to the kitchen to check the fridge. Nothing looked good, so I shut the door and said, "I might go to the pub for something to eat." "If you leave now, you'll miss our fashion show," she said, pouting a little. "I'm hungry, so I guess I'm out of luck." I grabbed my jacket and started for the door. Rose caught my arm. "Don't go. We have some special outfits to show you." "You can show me tomorrow. I'm really hungry." "Eddie, we were excited to show you. Claire has something really cool to share. You won't regret it." She looked worried. "Please." "You can't be that eager to show me if you were gone for 8 hours and had time to eat." I walked out and shut the door, feeling irritated. I had just driven from Scotland, and it felt like she didn't care to spend time with me. I met up with some old friends at the pub, had a few drinks, and grabbed a quick meal while watching football. I felt a bit upset. It was late when I got home, and thankfully Claire's car was gone. When I walked inside, Rose was curled up on the sofa, watching TV. When she saw me, she said with a frown, "Where have you been? Look at the time." I smiled a bit as I glanced at my watch. "I was gone less time than you. You were out all day, so don't complain to me." I noticed her about to say something, but then hold back. As I hung up my jacket, she softly said, "I'm sorry, it was thoughtless. We didn't mean to be gone so long, we just lost track of time." "Yeah, me too," I replied sharply. She patted the couch beside her. "We were going to make it up to you. Claire brought something nice for me to wear. It was really pretty." "Why do you think I'm interested? She should be showing it to her husband or someone else." "Don't say things like that. You would have liked it. I have something too. I could show you later." "You can show me tonight." She reclined against the couch. "I did say sorry for being away so long." "Yeah, I heard." We cuddled together, and slowly, that turned into a kiss. As the kiss deepened, we ended up heading to bed. But it was late, so we just cuddled. Morning came with the smell of bacon. When I opened my eyes, I saw breakfast waiting. Rose smiled kindly. "I didn't want to wake you. You are working too hard. You need to take it easy. Just a little longer. The project is nearly done." While I ate my bacon and eggs, she asked, "Any luck finding a new job?" I shook my head. "Not yet. I've started sending out my resume. I've been asking around, too." "Any success?" I inquired. She shook her head, but I noticed her eyes glance at me. "What was that look for?" She took a deep breath and said gently, "I talked to Tony. He mentioned Carter, who you might remember from their party. He owns an engineering firm, and it could be worth reaching out to him. He said I could mention his name." I chuckled. "Oh, Tony, huh? When did you talk to him?" She looked a bit uneasy. "We had lunch the other day just to catch up. I told him you would be looking for work." She paused, expecting a reply as I continued eating. Finally, she couldn't wait anymore. "So what do you think? Are you going to call him?" "No, thanks. I'll find something myself." "Oh, come on, this is a good chance. Tony and Carter are friends. It could help you work from home instead of traveling all the time." I said I'd rather find a job on my own. I would prefer to struggle than to take a job because Tony wants something. "What? Oh my gosh, don't say that. This has nothing to do with that party." "Yeah, and if you had taken Carter's keys out of that bowl, would you have been with him?" "Come on, that's silly. Nothing happened." "Just answer the question. You wanted us to join in. I remember you trying to take the keys from my fingers so you could drop them in that bowl. Just tell me, if you had taken his keys out, would you have been with him?" She shrugged casually. "Yeah, I guess so." I nodded, finishing my breakfast. "You still want to go to those parties, don't you? Didn't you say that?" With a tired sigh, she murmured, "Yes." "So, at the next party, you could be with my boss. Is that right?" "Come on, Eddie. Nothing happened, and you said you didn't want to do it anyway. Don't miss a good chance because of something that never happened." "How often do you have lunch with Tony?" Frowning, she replied, "What? Oh, no. Don't make something out of that. We had lunch while I gave him a quick summary about the job process. We are friends, you know. Oh, don't worry, I know. Let's not forget he is interested in you, too. She sighed. I'm really tired of this. Have you finished? I nodded, and she picked up the tray and walked away. I showered and headed downstairs. Rose was doing the dishes. Eddie, you really need to calm down about this. I told you that if you don't want to swap, we won't. Tony is a friend and just wanted to help. He might be your friend, but to me he's just a guy who wants to be with my wife. She snapped. You really stress me out. Yeah, whatever. I caught up on my usual chores, did my laundry, and suggested we go out for lunch before I left. Things were tense between Rose and me for the next week, and I couldn't shake those thoughts of Claire from my mind. As the week wore on, I scolded myself. Eddie, you're being foolish. She's right. I could actually be with Claire. No need to imagine it. Towards the end of the week, I got a couple of job offers. One was in Wales, the other was in Southampton. The one in Wales was the better option, project leader on an old parking building's renovation. It came with board and lodging included. It would help us save for our first home, which we had both been saving hard for. I sent back an email with some questions, hoping I could negotiate a better deal. The next part was what I wasn't looking forward to, telling Rose. She firmly wanted me home, and there just weren't many good job options around. That night I had a few drinks to gather my courage before calling her. This week, our calls had been short and cold. Hi, Eddie, she said. Rose, I need to talk if you have a moment. Yeah, of course. What's going on? I have a job offer. I noticed she was hesitant. Okay, where is it? Cardiff. Oh no. Please tell me you're joking. No, I'm serious. I get a 2-week break after this job and then I'll start there. There was a pause before she asked, Have you signed anything? No, not yet. I'm trying to get them to improve the offer. Can you wait a week? Just give me a chance to find something closer? Rose, I've looked around. There are jobs, but they don't pay well. Just 1 week, please. That's all I'm asking. Reluctantly, I said, Okay, but if they push me to sign, I will. Just give me a chance, all right? Sure. So how's everything at home? Busy. I've been working a lot. Got a few big contracts going. Ever since I signed Tony, I've had some really important deals come through. It's amazing. That's great. Keep it up. What about you? Are you still finishing next Friday? Yes, he'll be home as planned. Over the next few days, Rose called me a lot with questions about jobs and my experience. She was clearly working hard. Meanwhile, I continued getting emails from Wales. They were becoming impatient with me. They came back with a better offer, which made me nervous. I didn't want to lose it. I called Rose. I just got a really good offer from Wales. I think I might sign it. It's too good to ignore. Come on. You promised me a week. Don't give in now. I have some potential offers coming in too. How's the pay? Better than the one in Wales. Plus, there's a signing bonus if you take it. Sure. Can you send it to me as soon as possible? When she didn't respond, I asked, Who is it with? Thompson's. What's the job? They're working on an old pump station. Your role would be to supervise the removal of equipment and the sale of it, along with the demolition of the site. It's a 24-month contract with a chance of extension if both sides are happy. Who are Thompson's? Can you give me some details so I can look them up? I can't share that yet. It's confidential. Come on, I'm your husband. You'll have to send it to me so I can sign. Babe, I can't reveal those details right now. I just need to finalize a few things first. Frustrated, I said, They're from Birmingham, right? Yes. I hung up without saying goodbye. I was upset and didn't like her playing with my career. I went online and searched for asset management and demolition companies called Thompson's in Birmingham. A couple appeared, but none seemed large enough for a job like this. I kept searching about the pump station. It canceled the job. It was a big opportunity and would have been a great project. I found some documents on the council's website. None of them mentioned a company named Thompson's. She had not been truthful with me. That left me wondering why. I waited for her to call later that night. When she did, she sounded cheerful. Hey, I have good news. They promised to send me a contract tomorrow morning. I should have it to you by 10. Who is? I asked. There was silence again. I said, "There is no Thompsons in line for that job. From what I can tell, there are two companies competing for it." "Yes, the council will announce the winner tomorrow. The company I am in talks with has more or less been told they have it, but they're waiting for confirmation. That's why I can't give you their name." "Why did you not tell me the truth?" "I'm not allowed to share the details of the contract. You have to understand that." "But why not just be honest with me? I didn't want you to worry before I had the contract in my hands. You thought it was easier to not tell me the truth instead of explaining. Look, there are some sensitive talks happening. I just need you to trust me." "You want me to trust you, but you think it's okay to not tell the truth. Is that right?" "I admit it was wrong to hold back, but you have to understand I couldn't share the real details. I am concerned. You seem to be quick with the untruths lately. What else are you not telling me?" "Nothing. It was wrong. I'm sorry. Tomorrow you will get the contract, and you'll see what a great opportunity it is. All I want is to learn more about this company. I will not sign anything until I know who I am dealing with. If you cannot help me, I might as well sign with the group from Wales. Please, don't be so stubborn. You will have everything tomorrow. I can't talk now. Claire is coming over, and we are going out for dinner. I promise all the details will be ready tomorrow." She hung up before I could say what was on my mind. "Unbelievable," I muttered. I went back to the internet. The two companies in the running were Patterson's and another firm called Trimax Engineering. They both had websites, so I could easily find out about them. Patterson's didn't share much. They seemed like a reliable company with lots of recent activity and had completed several large contracts. None of the directors' names were familiar to me. One thing that stood out was the list of endorsements. I hoped this was the company Rose was talking about. When I checked the Trimax website, I was again impressed. Their site was professional and well organized. If Patterson's had a good list of recent projects, Trimax had huge ones. Their facilities looked top-notch. My view began to shift. This was a much better company, and now I hoped it was Trimax. As I was finishing up, I noticed a photo of the CEO, and he looked familiar. I quickly looked up the list of senior managers. Carter Jones. I recognized him. He was Tony's friend from the party. That was why Rose wouldn't share the company details. She knew I would find out who he was. Feeling angry and let down, I took a walk in the fresh air. What was I going to do? The idea of working from home appealed to me. Not only so Rose and I could be together, but also because I was tired of living in a cramped place, alone, and the long drives just to see her. On top of that, it annoyed me that she was still not being honest with me. It felt like she was trying to control the situation. Her sneaky approach really bothered me. How was I supposed to handle this? The next day was important. I decided not to call her. I wanted her to reach out to me. She did with a phone call. "Hi, babe. I've sent you a contract. Check your email. Everything you need to know is there. I'm so excited. Working from home will be great." I chuckled. "You seem really sure. What's the company called?" There was a pause before she replied. "The company is Trimax. They are a big deal and they are growing fast. Read the contract. The terms are fantastic." "Trimax, huh? Funny, I've never heard of them. Who is the leader?" Another hesitation came from her, and I waited for her answer, curious about what she would say. "I don't know the CEO's name. I've just talked to the project coordinator in HR. Please just read the contract. We don't have much time." After a moment, I said, "Now that I know who I'm dealing with, I'll do some research on them. I can't just work for anyone." She began to read off a list of projects they had completed. It seemed like she was looking at their website. "That's nice and all, but I need to know more about the company and its future. I need details." She sounded annoyed. "Eddie, trust me. Just read the contract. The salary is a 35% increase from what you're making now. It's a 2-year deal with a chance to renew. This could mean we could live together like a married couple again." "Yeah, I like that idea. I will look into it and get back to you tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" she exclaimed. "We are on a tight schedule. They want you to start right away. If we wait too long, we might lose this chance." "Ask them for another 10%. "Oh, come on, Eddie. This offer is a good one. It's already much more than your current job." "Yes, but it's less than what I'm being offered in Wales. I worked hard for those extra benefits. They are offering more than this." I heard her say, "Oh no," quietly away from the phone. Before she could respond, I retorted back firmly, "Remember, you are working with me, not for them. I want more. If they won't cooperate, at least I have another option lined up. Come on, you're not the only choice. Many people are interested. I talked to them for you. They're not just focused on you. I need another 10%, Rose." I ended the call. Looking over the contract, it seemed good. The pay was decent, and the idea of being at home was tempting. But I couldn't shake off her lies and how she disrespected me. I was clear that I didn't want to work for this guy. I didn't want to owe anything to Tony. I was also concerned about how easily she misled me. It made me question what else she wasn't telling the truth about. 10 minutes later, she called back. "So what do you think? It's a great contract, right?" "I'm not sure. I haven't read it yet. I'm just checking out the company. If you had shared the details yesterday, I could have finished this by now." There was silence for a moment before she asked, "So, what do you think?" "Rose, I'm busy. I'll finish my research before I look at the contract. Did you ask them about the pay?" "No, not yet. Listen, I don't think they'll offer more. Remember, we need them. They're not rushing to hire you. I need that 10%, Rose, and a bonus for performance would be nice too. See if you can get them on board with that." Before she could respond, I hung up. I sat thinking things over. I reviewed the two contracts. The one in Wales offered more money and had free accommodation, which meant I could save some. They also had performance bonuses based on certain goals, but it meant being away from home for a long time. I left Rose to consider things while I took care of some tasks I needed to finish. Later in the afternoon, I received another email from Rose. It had a new contract attached, and there was indeed a salary increase. However, now the pay would be based on performance with 20% at risk. About half an hour later, she called. "Did you get your new contract?" "Yes, I'm looking at it now." "What do you think?" "It seems okay, but they haven't really settled the salary. Just made part of it uncertain. I'm still researching the company. Fortunately, I know a couple of engineers there. I'm waiting to hear back from them to get some insights about the boss." The line was silent again when I muttered, "I think I recognize the boss, Jones. Where have I seen him before? Do you know him?" There was a moment of hesitation before she replied, "No, I haven't talked to him. I've been in touch with the project guy." Okay, but I'm sure I've met him before. I have a proposal. If they want me to take that 20% risk with my pay, it needs to increase by another 10%. I sent you the contract from Wales so you can compare. I have to go. Bye." It seemed her dishonesty had no limits. I thought Rose had reached out to Jones directly and used Tony to get to me. I could not accept working for him after what I knew. That night, Rose called again. She seemed upset and uneasy. "Eddie, I got them to raise the salary like you asked, but the more they give, the more risk there is. They're offering an extra 15%, but now 30% of it will depend on certain conditions. I can accept that. I need to see the details, though, and I need to have control over meeting those conditions. I won't agree to conditions tied to the whole company's success, just the parts I manage. The details are listed. I haven't looked closely at them. I'm not sure what to focus on. Send them to me, and I will review them. I just feel certain I know the CEO. I think I have met him before." After that call, the contract showed up in my email. It looked really good. Most of the conditions were personal, except for the one about safety, which was only 5%. It really was tempting. I went back to work and emailed my acceptance of the job in Wales. Rose tried to call several times that evening. I let all her calls go to voicemail. The next day was hectic. With only 2 days left until completion, everyone felt the pressure. Rose called early, sounding frantic. "Eddie, where have you been? I tried to reach you all night." "Sorry, Rose. I was talking about the Wales job. I decided to take it." "What?" she exclaimed. "Oh no, Eddie, why did you do that?" "I didn't have any other options. It was the only offer I had." "Oh, come on. What about the Trimax offer?" "That wasn't an option. Once I remembered where I knew the CEO from, I moved on." The line was quiet for a moment. Why didn't you tell me, Rose? I knew how you would react. Look, I talked to Tony. I interrupted her. You talk to him a lot, don't you? Don't be silly. He's helping me. When I mentioned that I was looking for a job for you, he offered to set up a meeting with Carter. When we met, Carter looked at your resume and was really impressed. He wanted you. That's strange because yesterday you said you didn't know him. Okay, you caught me. After you mentioned not wanting to work for someone who might have personal interests, I felt I couldn't tell you who it was. So you thought I would just sign without knowing who it was, and then I'd find out later when it was too late. No, I thought you would meet Carter and see that he's a nice guy, easy to talk to. He really is a good person, Eddie. Yeah, a nice guy who is doing this for his friends so he can be with my wife. No thanks, Rose. Eddie, please, this is a great opportunity. After meeting with Carter and Tony, it's clear this company is going to grow. You could be part of it from the start. Please don't miss out on this. I'd rather not be fooling myself, Rose. I like to work for people who are honest. How long until he would start treating me poorly because he thinks he can? Oh my goodness. Eddie, you're acting like a child. I haven't been with anyone. Carter is a decent man who wants you to work for him. It's too late. I have already signed. He'll be home in a few days, and then we can figure things out. Rose, I have to say, am really worried about our relationship. I clearly said I wouldn't work for that guy, and you went behind my back. You misled me, and now I am left wondering if our whole relationship is built on lies. Eddie, you're misunderstanding everything. I only said those things to show you that the contract was a good opportunity. Yeah, but how do I know you aren't lying now? Once you've not been honest, it creates doubt. Now I will always question if what you say is true. Honestly, I'm just trying to help. I'm tired of being alone. When something goes wrong, you're always away working. I handle everything while you're not here. All I wanted was a regular life. If you had been up front with me, I might have felt differently. Why didn't you tell me how much this bothered you? I didn't want to hold you back. I wanted you to have your dreams and go after what you wanted. I kept my feelings in because I knew your job was so important to you. There was silence on the line, filled with her quiet sobs. I'm sorry, Eddie. I messed up, but I just wanted you home. Rose, there are many companies around. If I had known how strongly you felt, I could have easily looked for work elsewhere. Why did you choose him? Because Tony said it would be helpful for you. Carter is a good person who cares for his workers. I found out he was telling the truth. So you decided to mislead me? Yeah, I admit it. I made a mistake and I'm sorry. I should have been honest. Through her tears, she asked, Will you think it over? No, it's too late for that. I've already signed, and I can't change it now. The atmosphere shifted. I could feel her frustration. She was upset and hung up shortly after. There weren't any more calls leading up to the end of the contract. It took longer than I thought, and it was Sunday when I finally drove into our driveway. When I walked in, I found Rose on the phone. When she looked up and saw me, her expression changed. I heard her say, Okay, I'll call you later, bye. She stood up, walked over and kissed my cheek. It felt very cold. Normally it would have felt warm. Where have you been? The project took a bit longer than expected. Why didn't you call? I shrugged. Why didn't you? She flinched and walked into the kitchen. Would you like a cup of tea? She asked. Sure, that sounds nice. We sat at the table holding our warm cups. For a while, we didn't say anything. Rose finally spoke up. Can we talk, dear? Yes, I think it's a good idea. What happens next? She asked. I have a 2-week break and then I'm off to Cardiff. I'll use those 2 weeks to review the project documents. I'll start getting paid from Monday. She sighed. I meant, what about us? Okay, go ahead. I'm not sure what you're getting at. She turned her head slightly, unable to meet my gaze. I'm frustrated. I offered you a great job with a fantastic company, and you didn't take it. Our eyes met briefly as she said softly, Don't you want to live with me? Is living away from home what you prefer? I took a long sip of my tea and replied, I would love to be here. I care about you, and I'd much rather work locally. I'm tired of staying in hotels. Then why didn't you accept that job with Carter? I already explained my reasons. I really didn't want to work for him. She shook her head in disbelief. Honestly, I'm a good catch. There are probably a lot of people who would be interested. Sure, but he was at that party, and you mentioned wanting to join in someday. Because of the lies, I worry that you might already be involved. Eddie, I told you. I would never be unfaithful. Yes, I'm curious about those parties, but only if we're both into it. Well, I have to question his character. If he's into those things, who knows what else he likes? She finished her tea and said, "So here we are again, with you working away from home. How long will you be stuck with this deal? Another year? Maybe longer. What about our dreams of buying a house and starting a family? Why do you think I'm doing this? I still want all of those things." Well, I'm tired of living alone in a way. I want my partner with me every night. I want us to do things together, not just see each other on weekends. What do you want me to do? I wanted you to be practical and take that job. Yes, and I hoped you would be honest with me. I needed the truth, but that didn't happen. This has gotten out of hand. Can we just acknowledge that we both made mistakes and try to move forward? If it helps, I'll admit I should have trusted you and talked it out. Thanks. It would have been good to know you trusted me. I didn't realize you had doubts. I didn't used to. I always thought we were close. I've never questioned you before. Then why do you now? When you said that comment about Carter when I first mentioned him, I felt scared. You seem different, more insecure and jealous than before. I've never seen you like this. I guess I am feeling jealous. You seem to really like Tony. You keep having meetings with him and discussing our private matters. Yes, I'm not happy about it. She flinched and looked a bit guilty. I don't have feelings for him. He has been very helpful and has been mentoring me. We have become good friends since we met. Oh, I know. It's just friendship. He hasn't said anything about coming back to the social gatherings? I noticed her cheeks turn red as she blushed. He did ask, but I told him you weren't interested and he hasn't brought it up since. But you are interested, right? Yes, but only if you want to. If not, then no. With him? What do you mean? Okay, is it him you want to be with or the gatherings? She looked unsure. The gatherings. If I said I was interested but not with that couple, would you still be interested? She hesitated. Okay, but why not with Tony and Claire? Because it's just too complicated with them. If you want to try it, we could look for another group or search online. I don't understand. You say you dislike the idea one moment, then you say you want to try. Can you make up your mind? I said I would try if we find a couple we both like. But you like Claire. You said that before. Yes, but I don't like him. If you're not interested, then we can skip it. She sighed. We have more important things to discuss. I want you to find a local job. I shrugged. I have already agreed to the job in Wales. I can't back out now. She stormed out, put on her coat, and headed for the door. I really dislike you right now. I can't believe you and that job. She slammed the front door as she left, visibly upset. I was in bed when she came home. I heard the front door open and the cabinets in the kitchen slamming as she searched for something. I rolled to my side of the bed, expecting her to come in. She didn't. I was woken up in the morning by her getting ready for work with a lot of noise. She didn't say goodbye and slammed the front door hard enough to rattle the whole house. The next day was similar. She slept on the sofa, and I stayed out of her way. On Wednesday, I got a big surprise. I was sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper when there was a knock at the door. Grumbling to myself, I went to see who it was. When I opened the door, I was shocked to see Tony. "Morning, Edwin. Can I come in for a chat?" "What do you want, Tony?" "Just to talk, my friend." I nervously let him in. He walked around the small flat. "Okay, what do you want?" I asked. He pointed to the table. "Can we sit down?" We sat at the table. "Eddie, I wanted to talk to you about the job at Trimax. I want to know why you turned it down." "Sorry, Tony, but that's not your concern. I'm not sure why you think it's your business, but I want you to know that it's really not welcome. I'm here because Rose asked me to speak with you. She said you turned down the job because of the party and my connection with Carter." Feeling defensive, I said, "I told you it's none of your concern, and I meant it. Edwin, Rose is worried about you. She doesn't like being alone for most of the time." I'm glad she confided in you. Maybe she could try talking to me directly next time. I believe she has already tried, but you weren't listening. Are you a counselor now? I snapped back. Edwin, I'm just trying to help. Rose cares about you. We're not friends, Tony. You want something more with my wife. That's all I really know about you. Oh, and I think you're a bit odd. He frowned. I didn't come here to be insulted. I don't like it, and I haven't insulted you. You may not see me as a friend, but I'm a friend of Rose's. I thought we could talk as adults. If he thought his words would sway me, he was mistaken. Just get to the point. Okay. Rose said you turned down the job with Carter because he was at our party and we are friends. Is that true? I nodded. Great. Why did you turn down the job? Let's talk about it. Honestly, the reason is that I think he offered me the job because of you. You wanted to help Rose by finding me a job, just so you can be close to her. He looked surprised, shaking his head. Edwin, yes, I asked Carter to look at your resume, but my only reason was to help a friend. Nothing more. I don't believe that. Taking a deep breath, he said, Carter has been my friend since we were in school. We've been through a lot together. He really is my best friend. That's good to know, I grumbled. Edwin, Carter has been with Claire many times, and I've been with his wife Karen just as many. We're still best friends, and we joke about it. Wow, that's quite a complex friendship. He shrugged. I'm friends with everyone in our circle. Claire has been with a few people outside of it, and I accept that. We're adults, and she can make her own choices. Don't you ever get angry about that? He laughed lightly, then wiped his mouth. Not really. When I was younger, I would get jealous, but I've learned that such feelings are pointless. I shook my head. Okay, so you don't care. I don't feel the same way. He nodded. I'm not trying to get you to join our group. I'm trying to say that just because Carter is my friend, it doesn't mean we can't have a professional relationship. It's too late. The job closed on Monday. He shook his head. The job hasn't been filled. When I told him I would talk to you, he said he would keep it open until tomorrow. So I would have you to thank for my new job, huh? I guess I could offer you Rose as a reward. Come on, that's not what I mean. I don't need to pay for anything. If I wanted to pursue Rose, I would have done it already. Sure, this is part of your plan. If I take the job, she will be grateful and might end up with you. Have you always been this paranoid? I'm not trying to pursue Rose. She is my friend and I want to help. I looked at your resume and I think you would be a perfect fit for Carter. He feels the same. I was nervously biting my lip when he continued, Look, Edwin, I like Rose, and strangely, I like you too. I've been lucky in my life. People helped me, and I'm proud of that. I don't want a job because you like my wife. I'm not afraid to say I find Rose attractive, but the job offer is not about that. You'll need to show that I haven't made a bad choice. You got the job offer based on your skills, not our friendship. We are not friends. Rose is upset. She saw a chance to help you get a job nearby to fix your relationship. If you turn it down, I worry for your marriage. It's too late. I think our marriage is over. She wasn't honest with me. He nodded. Yes, I told her my thoughts as well. Lying is never good. She made a mistake, Edwin. She apologized. Move on. Thanks for coming over, Tony. Let me show you out. He stood up and we went to the door. As I opened it, he asked, What should I tell Carter? I shrugged. As I said, I already accepted a job with Halswells in Wales. I have a signed contract. I need to honor that. He frowned. What if I can get them to take back their offer? I scowled and replied, I already signed. And I asked what if that contract was canceled? Would you take the job with Carter? I'm not sure. I sighed. This is so confusing, I can't figure out why you're doing this. He smiled kindly. His expression felt warm. I want to help a friend save her marriage. He left and I sank back onto the sofa. I tried to read, but nothing made sense. I couldn't concentrate or grasp anything. I really wanted that job. About an hour later, I got a call from Adam at Halswells. Eddie, I'm sorry to bring bad news, but we're retracting our job offer. We found someone else. What? I replied sharply. I have a contract. Yes, but we would like you to tear it up. No way, man. It's official now. Come on, there's no point in hiding it. I know you have another job offer. We're giving you a chance to leave. What if I decide to take it? We can't stop you. We'll respect your choice if that's what you want. I'd rather not, I said grumpily. He smiled kindly. Well, it's been nice not working with you. Good luck in the future. If things change, we'd be glad to work together again. Take care, my friend. I flopped back onto the sofa. What was I supposed to do now? There was no way I was calling that guy. I jumped online and started looking at job listings. I found several that were not nearly as good as the one I had just declined. I called a few of the companies. 2 were interested and set up interviews for the next day. Rose came home at her usual time, and she seemed to be in a better mood. She walked over to give me a kiss. Hi, sweetheart. Would you like some tea? I asked. She nodded, and I made the tea while she changed. Her change in mood was clearly because of Tony's visit, and that bothered me a little. She sat at the table in her casual clothes. I handed her the cup of tea and joined her. The awkward silence had become almost normal. Finally, she spoke up. I'm sorry for how I've been acting lately. I know I've been difficult. I shrugged. It's all right. I haven't been the happiest person either. No, it's my fault, she said. I feel terrible for lying to you. I want to move past this. We can get through another year, right? We have managed okay, haven't we? I nodded. Thanks for that. Yes, we can get through it. She tilted her head slightly. Could we go out for dinner? Even if it's just to the local pub? I nodded. Yeah, that sounds good. We changed quickly and headed to the pub. There were a few people we knew there, and we enjoyed a couple of drinks while having a lively conversation. After that, we found a table and ordered some food. As we sat, she reached across the table and held my hand. We have 2 weeks, right? I nodded. Yes, 2 weeks. Well, we would have if I was staying. A puzzled look crossed her face. What do you mean by that? They called me today to say my contract has been canceled. But don't worry, I found a couple of local companies. I even have interviews tomorrow. She looked shocked. Are you serious? Yes, I'm afraid it's true. Wow, that's not fair. You had a signed contract, didn't you? I nodded. Yes, but maybe it's for the best. I want us to reconnect and move forward. She squeezed my hand. I'm sorry, sweetheart. Did they give you a reason? Not really. Let's forget about that job and focus on my interviews tomorrow. She bit her lip and asked softly, What about the job at Trimax? That one closed on Monday, right? She sighed. Yes, but if you called, they might reconsider. Assuming you were being honest, you said they were eager to move ahead, so I guess they've already found someone else. She nodded. Yes, they were in a hurry. Oh well. The food arrived and we started to eat. Eddie, could we try again? Let me help you find a job. I stopped looking after I contacted Trimax. Once I saw they were interested, I didn't look anywhere else. I chuckled with my mouth full of pork chop. Yeah, I would like that. The mood at the table changed right away. We laughed and joked about our past actions. It became clear that she didn't know about Tony's visit. Later that night, as we relaxed together, she rested her head on my shoulder. Do you think it would be a bad idea for me to call Trimax just in case? She asked. Kissing her gently, I replied, Can we please forget about Trimax and start fresh? I already have 2 interviews coming up. She sighed. Yes, okay, let's start over. The interviews went well, but the jobs were small and the pay wasn't good. In the back of my mind, I kept thinking about our wish to buy our own home. I watched the housing market closely, and it was disheartening to see prices keep rising. Taking one of these jobs would set us back and delay our search for a home. As I left both interviews, I thought, they went well. They both said they would reach out. Perhaps the cost of wanting a more stable life was putting off our search for a house. By the time Rose got home, I had dinner ready. She couldn't hide her smile when she caught the aroma of the cooking chicken. We greeted each other with a warm kiss, and she laughed. Oh yes, I could get used to this. She changed clothes and we sat down to eat. How did your interviews go? She asked. They went pretty well, but the pay isn't great and they are short-term. Only casual work, so there's no sick leave. She looked a bit concerned. I started going through our files and I found a couple of options. I sent them to your email. I nodded. You'll check after dinner? What are they? Nothing too exciting. The first one is for a supermarket parking structure. The second is for some sewer pipe repairs. She glanced at me. I don't want you to get upset, but I called Carter and that job is still open. I gave her a disapproving look. I thought we agreed to leave that behind. She flinched. Eddie, it's a good job. It has a future. Feeling frustrated, I said, no thanks. Rose, we talked about this. I want to find jobs based on my skills, not because my new boss has personal connections. She frowned. Can we stop saying that? He offered you the job based on Tony's recommendation. That's exactly what I mean. Your friend's recommendation doesn't change anything. Can we drop it? He is not my friend. We're just friends. Whatever. Let's focus on finding something else. With a gentle tone, she added, it's a good job. If you would stop being stubborn and see it for what it is, a great opportunity with a real future. Trying to hold back my frustration, I said, forget it. Just do your job or don't, but let's drop it. Fine, be difficult. If you end up working for a lesser company with bad conditions, it will be your own fault. I replied sharply, sounds good. If that happens, you can take great joy in saying, I told you so. She replied, oh, don't worry, I will. Yeah, I know. This conversation spoiled our quiet dinner, and an awkward silence filled the room. There was no intimate time that night, but she cuddled up to my back warmly. The next morning, I was back at the computer looking through job ads. I found one that caught my interest. After researching the company, it was clear they were new and focused on renovating city spaces. Their goal was to provide affordable housing for families in need. The job was appealing, managing the renovation of an old factory into apartments. It didn't promise a large salary, but it did sound intriguing. I quickly filled out an application. If I couldn't find a high-paying job, at least this was something I would enjoy. I applied for a few other jobs too, just in case. While scrolling through local news, Rose called. Hey, can we meet for lunch? Don't make excuses about being busy. You're probably just wasting time. I chuckled at her joke. I'm not busy, just applied for a few jobs. Where do you want to meet? How about KP's? It's near my office and you could have a drink if you want. Sounds good. I'll see you there at noon. I changed into some nice clothes and took a bus into town. I arrived a bit early, found a table, and ordered a drink. There were newspapers on the tables, so I picked one up and started reading. I didn't notice Rose come in. Suddenly, she leaned over my shoulder and kissed my cheek. When I turned around to return the gesture, I was surprised to see Tony and Carter standing next to her. My heart sank, realizing I had been tricked. I said, What's going on, Rose? She frowned. Don't overreact, they just want to talk. Tony reached out his hand. Hi, Edwin, how are you? I shook his hand. I'm fine. Carter did the same. They all sat down. So what is this? An intervention? Tony jumped in before Rose could respond. Edwin, we came to talk some sense into you. After I spoke with you, I called him. He agreed to keep the position open for you. He was waiting for your call. Rose was about to say something, but I interrupted her. I didn't call because I'm not interested. I have other good offers. Carter joined in. Edwin, I really want you to work with us at Trimax. After speaking with Tony, who had great things to say about you and reading your CV, I believe you would be a perfect fit for our team. You've gained a lot of experience at a young age, and I'm impressed. We want you on board. After taking a big sip of my drink, I responded firmly, I'm not interested in working at Trimax. If I were, I would have applied. I didn't, so that's the end of it. Rose protested, Eddie, please be reasonable. This offer is a good one. Stop worrying about your commission, Rose. I said no. Why would you pass up a good opportunity, Edwin? Tony asked. I prefer to earn my jobs. I work hard and have a good reputation. I want a job for those reasons, not because you have other motives. He frowned, clearly holding back a sharp reply. Edwin, we talked about this. The offer isn't based on anything wrong. Then why did you feel the need to recommend me to Carter? I referred you because Rose mentioned you were looking for a job. She gave me your CV and I passed it to Carter. Why? I pressed. Frowning, he replied, because Rose and I are friends. That's what friends do. I glanced at the menu the waiter had given me. He'll have the steak pie. What do you want, Rose? Frustrated, she sighed. I'm not hungry. Then why are we here? Because when I told Tony you were turning down Carter's offer, he thought meeting might help. And you didn't mention we would have company. I didn't say anything because I knew how you would react. If you could put aside your worries and see this as it is, you would realize it's a good job. I finished my drink and stood. I'm going to get a refill. Anyone else want something? Tony shook his head slowly while glancing at Carter, who was rolling his eyes. I made my way to the bar, took a sip of my beer, and checked back at the table. They were deep in discussion, leaning in closely. I returned as my food arrived. As I sat and picked up my utensils, Carter looked me in the eye. I think I might as well leave. You're not interested, right? When I shook my head, he huffed. It would have been better if you hadn't wasted my time. I replied sharply, I didn't waste your time. I didn't invite you here. I never applied to your company. He turned to Rose and said, I'm losing confidence, Rose. Please don't waste my time in the future. Then he walked away, and Tony shot me an angry look. You've messed things up there, old man. That's not the best way to build a good name. I didn't do anything wrong. I came here to have lunch with my wife, not to meet you or him. This isn't on me. You could have been nicer, thought it over. You already decided what you think, and that shows a closed mind. Maybe I thought too highly of you. Taking a long drink, I replied, Maybe you did. You weren't invited by me, and I don't want you here. Rose may think you are important, but I don't see it. He leaned closer. Edwin, I could help you if you gave me a chance. There's no reason to be unfriendly. While you're causing trouble in my marriage, I can choose how to respond. I would prefer you stay away from my wife. I don't like you following her around. Eddie, Rose shouted angrily. Stop it, you're acting crazy. Fine. Rose, you're fired. You'll find my own job. If you can't meet your client's needs, I don't know how you manage. Her expression changed, and she gasped. Tony shook his head. I think you'll go now. Good luck, Edwin. I hope things go well. He held out his hand, but I looked away. As he walked out, Rose snapped, You rude, thoughtless jerk. You were so disrespectful. They were trying to help you. They were trying to win you over. It had nothing to do with me. They don't even know me. This is all about them wanting your attention. She stood up, pushing her chair back, and leaned across the table, our faces close. You are such an idiot. Seriously, Eddie, you are jealous and insecure. As she turned to leave, she lightly touched my shoulder. I am so embarrassed by you. That was humiliating. They are successful business people who were trying to help. As she leaned on me, I muttered, Did you ever wonder why they would help a man they've met only once? I barely spoke to Carter. He doesn't know anything about me. They were doing it for my sake. Finally, you get it. They weren't really interested in me. By giving me a job, they got closer to you. Favor returned. Oh, come on. How insecure can you be? She stormed off, leaving a crowd of stunned customers watching her. I finished my lunch and had another drink. Rose came home late. I hadn't made any dinner, but she didn't seem to mind. She went straight upstairs, ran a bath, and stayed there until bedtime. I watched a few movies and went to bed late. When I woke up, she was gone. That became our routine. On Friday, she walked in and snapped, Trimax filled that position, threw her bag down and went upstairs. Later, she came back dressed to go out and casually said, I'm going out for dinner with Claire. I didn't even look up. She left with just a loud bang of the front door. I decided I was tired of staying at home and headed to the pub. Luckily, I found some familiar faces, and one drink turned into another. Before long, I realized I was quite tipsy. I talked to a couple of women, just having fun without any serious intentions. One of them, Colleen, seemed to show interest and got a bit too close for comfort. Things started to feel serious quickly. I managed to escape to the restroom. When I returned, she had her back turned, so I quietly slipped out. The walk home helped clear my head. It gave me time to think about my marriage. Since Rose met Tony, she had changed so much. She used to be smart and lively, but now it was all about him. I constantly heard about Tony, and then Claire was added to the mix. In my mind, she was obsessed. I doubted she was with Claire. I suspected she was with Tony right now. She had probably already been with him, and it made me angry. When I got home, it was dark. She was probably off with that slimy guy. I stumbled up the stairs and turned on the light in the bedroom. Rose groaned. Turn off the light. Sorry, I didn't expect you to be here. Where else would I be? Oh, I don't know. Maybe with Tony or doing something else. You have to repay your debts somehow. Wow, you are really paranoid. Just so you know, I was with Claire. We went out for dinner. Why should I trust you? I just told you. Yeah, you've said a lot of things lately, and most of it feels like lies. Lies? What are you talking about? You convinced me to have lunch with you when you knew I didn't want to be with those two. She turned away in bed, pulling the blanket over herself. I'm done with this, Eddie. I stumbled around and changed before getting into bed. I was pulled from a deep sleep by loud noises. I opened my eyes to see Rose rummaging through the dresser and tossing things around. Ugh, I groaned and covered my head with the blanket. She eventually went downstairs, giving me a moment to adjust to the light coming in. I stretched out and wondered what had happened. How did we end up like this? I took a shower and then went downstairs. It was about 10:30, and the house was empty. There was a note from Rose on the table that said, "Gone shopping." I made myself a cup of tea and decided to take a walk. I stopped by a bakery for coffee and a croissant. I picked up a newspaper from the newsstand and wandered back home. Rose had come back and was busy with laundry and other chores. I ignored her and flopped onto the sofa with my newspaper. She moved around, making all kinds of noise. By dinner time, we had still not exchanged a single word. Things had blown up between us, and now we couldn't even look at each other, let alone talk. Tired of the silence, I put on my jacket and said, "I'm heading to the pub." "Yeah, go on, just leave," she snapped as I slammed the door behind me. The walk to the pub felt terrible. I regretted how things had turned sour, but I didn't know how to fix it. After a few drinks, some friends I had met the other night showed up, and we started chatting. The conversation turned into laughter, and soon we were having more drinks. Colleen, the woman I had talked to earlier, said, "There's a DJ playing nearby. Who's coming?" She looked at me with hope. "Why not?" "Yeah, I'm in," I called out. We all walked up the road to the King's Arms where the DJ was. As we entered, Colleen danced close to me, and soon we were sharing a kiss. In that moment, I felt frustrated and ignored by Rose. Here was this woman being affectionate, and I was feeling a rush of emotions. Don't get me wrong. Colleen wasn't the most glamorous person, but she was lively and friendly. We danced, we kissed, and I could feel myself getting swept away. She whispered in my ear, "Want to come back to my place?" "Sure," I said softly. We stepped outside into the cool night air, and suddenly things took a turn. Her boyfriend grabbed me roughly, shaking me. "I should teach you a lesson," he growled. "Hey, I didn't know she was with anyone," I tried to explain. He pushed me away. "Leave before things get messy." Colleen was crying in his arms. "Sorry, babe. We were just having fun." I backed away quickly, not wanting to get more involved. I didn't want any trouble. When I got home, the place was dark, just like the night before. She was in bed, and I quietly slipped under the sheets. "Oh my God, where have you been?" Rose asked sharply. "Just at the pub, nothing exciting." She leaned over, pressing her nose against my neck. "And who was that girl?" "I don't know what you mean." She turned on the light and tossed the blankets aside. "Hey, it's cold," I protested as I reached for the blankets. "What are you talking about? The bartender better not be the reason for these marks on your neck. Are you hiding something?" I rushed to the bathroom to collect myself. As I glanced in the mirror, I froze. I hadn't even noticed the marks. I sat on the edge of the bathtub, feeling overwhelmed. I didn't know how to explain, and I felt foolish. "What a mess I made," I whispered to myself. Rose was sitting up in bed, waiting for answers. "Okay, no more lies. Who was she?" "I'm sorry. It looks worse than it is." We went to the King's Arms where there was a DJ playing music. We danced, and a girl seemed really interested in me. Nothing serious happened, though. "You act all high and mighty, but you're out there having fun while I'm stuck here. You're a real piece of work," she said. "I'm sorry, but it was just dancing." She got a bit too excited. "Oh yeah? If I came home with marks on my neck, what would you think? You freak out when I have lunch with a friend, and you think I'm up to something." I tried to climb back into bed, but she snapped at me. "No way! You can sleep on the couch. I don't want to smell that girl's perfume all night." That made sense to me. My head hurt, and I didn't want to argue. I went to the lounge and fell asleep on the couch. The next day was a mess, as expected. We had a huge fight, and it felt like we were too far gone to fix things. I called her out for judging me when she was seeing Tony. She turned it back on me, accusing me of being with someone else. In the end, I packed my laptop, some papers, and my clothes into a couple of suitcases. As I drove away without a plan, I regretted not taking that job in Wales. I found a cheap hotel outside of town and settled in for the night. I was so tired. Fighting really takes it out of you. I fell asleep and woke up around 4 in the morning. Monday finally brought some good news. The job I interviewed for wanted me back for a meeting. I didn't hear from Rose. I got ready and headed to the office. It was Mark's company, and there was no fancy HR department. We talked about the job and his plans for it. He was really passionate about making a difference for people and had some great ideas. I was sold on the job and quickly signed the contract to start soon. I tried to call Rose that night, but she didn't want to talk. I paced around the small hotel room, getting more and more anxious. I couldn't stay in the room any longer. It was driving me nuts. I decided to take a walk. The area didn't feel safe. As I stepped outside, I heard shouting and commotion everywhere. Thankfully, I found a pub, got something to eat, and had a drink. The next day, I started my job. It was much better than being stuck in the hotel. The job was fantastic. Mark had put together a small team, and he was the architect and designer. He needed me for the civil work. We discussed plans for demolition, and as we walked around, Mark mentioned, "I find it frustrating that these old materials are too good to waste. I've tried to sell them, but there are no buyers. It takes too much time, and we don't have space to store it. I suggested that we rent a place for storage. No, that's too expensive. Any money we make would just go to storage and moving it. It's cheaper to just throw it away." As the day passed, I understood what he meant. There were some great building materials that were too good to waste. I began to think of a plan. About a year ago, I met a man who had a small piece of land outside of town. After talking for a bit, he told me I could keep some things at his place if I helped him with some work. Next, I found Mark in the office. "What if I take all the old junk for free? No dump fees or transport costs. I can handle it all." He smiled. "That would be perfect, but it shouldn't delay the project. It would be nice to see those materials put to good use." As we talked, he asked, "What will you do with them?" A few years back, I had a vision of building my own house. It was a dream, but I never got my wife to agree. Now that dream is coming back to me while working here. He gave me a hug. "That sounds wonderful." We made a great team, and it felt good to be appreciated. By the end of the week, I had cleared away the old bricks and large timber. I planned to remove the old roof slates next week. My life suddenly felt meaningful. I enjoyed going to work. The only problem was the hotel I was staying in. I didn't like it, and it was costly. Next, it was time to tackle Rose. She hadn't answered my calls, so I needed to go home and face her. Walking in felt strange. Rose was there, curled up on the sofa. When she saw me, she frowned. "What do you want?" "I want to talk and see if we can find some common ground and move past the anger." She sat up, and I settled next to her. "I'm sorry for what happened, Rose. I never crossed any lines with that girl. It was just some dancing and kissing." "Why should I believe you?" she shot back. "For the same reason you expect me to believe you." "Oh, that's rich coming from you. I told you I never did anything with Tony, yet you kept bringing it up. That's because you kept lying. You dragged me to that party, said you liked him, then went on lunch dates with him and expected me to just accept it." She started to cry, wiping her eyes. "I know I made mistakes, but I promise I never did anything." "Neither did I." She nodded. "Okay, so where do we go from here? How do we fix this?" "From my point of view, it's simple. I want you to stop spending time with Tony. No lunches or meetings. Then maybe we can get back to a normal life." "Why should I stop seeing Tony? He's my friend and mentor. He teaches me a lot about people and communication. He is really good at it. Also, Claire is my friend." Taking a deep breath, I answered, "Will you be okay with me seeing Colleen then?" "Who is Colleen?" "She's the one who gave me those marks on my neck." "Oh no, I am not okay with that." "So you can see your friend, but I can't see mine," she snapped back. "He's not my friend, you fool. Why can't you get that? He kissed you at the party and he danced with you like you were close, just like Colleen did with me. I can't stand that he is involved in our lives. I can't stand that you listen to him more than me. She took my hand. That's not true. I don't do that. Yes, you do. You let him talk you into going to that party. He made you think that was what I needed, even though I said I wasn't interested. She sighed. Believe it or not, that was actually a good choice. You were just too unsure to see it. It might have been a good choice, but I told you I didn't want it. That should have mattered, but instead you listened to him. You set up that meeting. I'm sorry, but I thought I was helping. You asked me to find you a job. That one was a great fit for you. Okay, we're just going in circles. Can we move forward and try again? She let out a breath. I want to, but you have to learn to trust me. I do trust you. I just don't trust him. As long as you trust me, that's what matters. We leaned in, wrapped our arms around each other, and shared a soft kiss. Where have you been staying? In a lousy hotel. It's really bad. Well, go get your things. He'll prepare some dinner while you're out. As I stood up, she sighed. Then I guess we should think about finding you a job. When I got back, she had dinner ready. While we ate, I said with pride, No need to look for a job. I started working with a new company. She asked who, and I explained the project. The look on her face showed how upset she was. Wow, you turned down a great job to work for a company with no experience. I will never understand you. Why do you think they aren't good? Just based on what you said, this is their first project, small team, low pay, no office. It sounds risky. I like it. I'm really enjoying it. Oh well, everyone has their own taste. You could have been at a great company, doing big projects. Everything you ever wanted. Our life together got better. We talked more, and I think there was a new kind of honesty between us. But there was a problem. Tony. His influence over Rose seemed to have grown. We couldn't talk without his name coming up. It drove me mad, and after a month of this, I finally snapped. Stop it! I shouted. I'm tired of hearing his name. I don't want to know what Tony is doing, saying, or thinking. From now on, let's leave him out of our talks. She looked confused. What are you talking about? I'm talking about how he is in every conversation. I want to have a week or a month where I don't hear his name. I just want him to disappear from our chats. That made her unhappy, and I could tell she was bothered. Over the next few weeks, things became tense. Every time his name came up, I said, Stop. She always looked confused and asked, What? It really highlighted how often his name was mentioned. I hoped she would notice, but she seemed unaware. It definitely annoyed her. Life continued, as they say. We went back and forth between loving and arguing with each other. The good days felt amazing, like old times, but when things went bad, our disagreements were full of harsh words. We both said some hurtful things. I regretted it right away when I let something mean slip from my mouth. I'm sure she felt the same way. We apologized, but once those words were said, it was hard to take them back. I was seen as a jealous and controlling person with trust issues. I guess some of that was true. I was jealous, and maybe the insecurity part was right too. We fought like real enemies, full of passion in our arguments. My only escape was work. I focused hard on my projects. Mark's enthusiasm rubbed off on me. I began to understand him better. He grew up in places like this, and his family struggled with health issues due to old, damp houses. He wanted to create affordable homes for families in need. Rose seemed to be going the other way, and we struggled to communicate. We were drifting apart. She spent hours shopping with Claire, and her choices now seemed all about fancy brands. In the evenings, she was on her computer for hours. I wasn't sure what she was doing, but she seemed really focused. Whenever I tried to see, she turned her screen away or shut it down, which made me anxious. One night I lost my temper and asked, "What are you doing on that computer?" She looked at me with anger. "I can't tell you." "Why not?" "Because I'm not allowed to mention Tony's name." "What does he have to do with it?" "He is teaching me how to do it." "Do what?" "Okay, I will tell you, but don't get upset if his name comes up." "Fine, go ahead." I sighed. She turned her laptop toward me. "Tony has been teaching me about day trading on the stock market." It didn't take long for her to bring his name into the conversation. I sat next to her as she began to explain how everything worked and how Tony helped her set up her account. He was guiding her through the process, and he was very talented with it. I felt uneasy and asked, "How much money do you have in it?" She looked at me briefly. "None. This is just practice. All the money and shares you see are fake. Tony said I should learn how to use the program before I invest any real money." Worried, I asked, "So when will you start trading for real?" "When I feel confident using the program." "How often do you see or talk to him about it?" With a hint of guilt, she replied, "Every day. Sometimes it's just a call or messaging. But every day. I'm still learning." I couldn't hide my frustration. "I asked you to create some distance between you two, and it seems like you have done the opposite. How is that fair?" "Eddie, I can't help your insecurities. You don't trust me, and it's really hard for me. Your jealousy is overwhelming." I didn't want to argue, so I stayed quiet. She tried to soften her tone. "Babe, if you could let go of this negativity, you'd see how generous Tony is being. He's helping me learn how to improve our finances." I held back my angry reply. She continued softly, "Look, with you taking that job, our income has dropped by almost 30%. If we want to buy that house we've always wanted, we need to earn more." That stung, especially since it felt like she was blaming me for not taking a different job. I decided to take a calmer approach. "Well, we need to talk before you put any money into this. I remember reading that you should only invest what you can afford to lose." She nodded. "I was going to talk to you. I'd like to start with a small amount, maybe 10,000 pounds. "What do you think?" I felt shocked. 10,000? How about 1,000? She sighed, looking disappointed. "You really don't believe in me, do you? Look at it from my side. This is the first time I'm hearing about any of this, and now you want to risk a big part of our savings." She turned back to the screen. "Okay, I understand. Let me show you what I've been doing." I leaned in and she showed me her practice account. She had actually done well. In her pretend world, she had turned 10 million into almost 20 million. I was impressed, but still worried. "I'd rather you start with 1,000. Turn that into 1,200. If you do that, we can talk again." She grinned. "Is that a challenge?" With a nervous laugh, I replied, "Yeah, I guess it is." "Done," she said confidently. "I will transfer 1,000 tonight. I will ask Tony to help me set up a real account." That was how Rose first entered the world of finance and the stock market. Every night she focused on building her portfolio. I didn't know much about it, but it made her so happy and proud that it became her new passion. Our main issue was that Rose wanted our friendship with Tony and Claire to include both of us. We received many invitations to dinner parties and charity events at their place. I didn't want to go. I felt that Tony was the source of our problems. She thought I was just being stubborn. This difference in views caused a gap between us. I threw myself into my work. I also started collecting useful items from my job and storing them at a friend's property. After 2 months, I had gathered enough materials to actually build something. Mark and I became close friends, more than just co-workers. We discovered many common interests. During one of our conversations, I shared my dream of building a house. He quickly grabbed a pencil and began to sketch some ideas. We made a list of what I needed and discussed the property I wanted. With the list came a plan to search. I wanted a country property, not a suburban neighborhood. I desired a place close enough to town for an easy commute, but far enough away to escape the problems and costs of living in a nicer area. Rose and I discussed different properties. I told her about my dream. It was funny. Mark was very supportive. Rose, however, liked the idea of a country property, but she preferred one that was already built. She shook her head when I described my plans to create something new. She also mentioned that Tony advised against building. He suggested we buy something affordable in a good neighborhood and renovate it. That way, we could at least get onto the property ladder. He even started sending her lists of properties and names of real estate agents he knew. It frustrated me that she respected his opinions more than my dreams. This added more tension between us. She didn't see how her actions made me feel disrespected. To her, it was not wise to ignore the advice of someone with experience. She began to show me houses in nearby neighborhoods, saying things like, "Look at this one," or "Isn't this nice?" Naturally, I found problems with all of them. They did not match my dream. Rose grew tired of my refusal to attend dinner parties at Tony's house. The situation came to a head when their 25th wedding anniversary arrived. Tony planned a big celebration. The invitation arrived in our mail. Rose tossed it onto the table before dinner. Unsure of what it was, I opened it. As I read it, she said loudly, "I want to go." Looking her in the eye, I replied, "Then go. I won't stop you." "Eddie, I want us to go together. Please, let's not make this a fight." Her heartfelt words reached me, and after a lot of back and forth, I finally agreed to go. That meant we had to shop for a gift, a new dress, shoes, the whole package. When we got to the party, I was amazed. They had really gone all out. In the backyard, there was a huge tent. It was enormous. There were lights everywhere, food servers, and even a band. When we arrived, the place was already packed with people. The driveway looked like a fancy car dealership with all the expensive cars parked there. At the entrance, a security guard guided us around to the back. When Claire saw us, she ran over and hugged Rose tightly. After they finished their hug, Claire turned to me. "Hello, Edwin." I replied with a quick, "Hello." Things had been a bit chilly between us, and I tried my best to avoid her. This moment felt surprisingly friendly compared to how it had been. She took Rose's hand and led us into the tent. It was crowded. Tony noticed us and walked over. He and Rose shared a warm hug and a gentle kiss. After that, he extended his hand. "Hello, Edwin. Good to see you again." I wanted to ignore him, but that would cause a scene. I shook his hand. "Thanks, Anthony." We moved inside, and Claire took Rose to chat with her friends. That left Tony and me together. He looked at me as silence hung between us. He quickly grew tired of it and went off to chat with his friends. I wandered around aimlessly. Most men were wearing tuxedos, while women wore beautiful formal dresses. I spotted Carter in a group, and as soon as he saw me, he turned away. That bridge was clearly burned. I found one guy standing alone, looking just as out of place as I felt. I approached him and said hello. It turned out he was a farmer nearby. He was friendly, and we easily struck up a conversation. He shared stories about his farm, and I enjoyed listening. He had a strong accent, not at all uptight. He introduced me to his wife, Beth. As we talked, I shared what I did for work. He listened and nodded. Somehow, we ended up discussing my dream of building my own house in a rural area. He looked surprised. "Are you serious about that?" "Yes, it really is my dream." He leaned in slightly as we walked to the bar for new drinks. "Come find me tomorrow. I might know of something you'd like." I wrote down his number and address. Just then, Rose came rushing over. "Where have you been?" "Talking to Gordon here," I replied. He extended his hand and said, "Hello there." Rose smiled sweetly at him before grabbing my hand and pulling me away. "Come on, I want to introduce you to some friends," she said. The friends turned out to be wealthy acquaintances of Tony's whom Rose wanted to impress. I felt out of place right away. "What do you do, Edwin?" "Engineering." "Do you have your own business?" "No, I just work for a friend." There was a pause until the group resumed their conversation. Rose tried to get me involved, but it was hard. They were discussing stocks, sales, and topics that I didn't understand. I stood by the side for a while until I got tired of feeling out of place. I tapped Rose on the arm to get her attention. "I'm going to the bar. Do you want anything?" She sighed. "Champagne, please." I stayed at the bar for a bit. A couple of younger guys joined me. One was from a band, and we began chatting about music and the industry. It was enjoyable, and at least he was friendly. Rose soon appeared beside me, looking frustrated. "What happened to my champagne?" "Sorry, I got talking to Jake." She ordered her drink, and Jake went off to prepare for their performance. "Eddie, why did you walk away? I was hoping you would try to join in." "Rose, you know I don't fit in here." "You could if you put in the effort. There are a few guys here from Trimax. Why not try to meet them?" "Yeah, if we run into them, at least we would have something to talk about." She wandered off, leaving me by myself. Claire must have felt sorry for me. She walked over to me. "Great party, isn't it, Edwin?" "Yeah, very nice." Sipping her champagne, she sighed. "Why do you look so sad? You seem lost, like you don't have anyone here. I feel out of place. Why not go over and talk to Tony? I'm sure he'd be happy to chat." I don't think he wants to talk to me any more than I want to talk to him, I replied. Why are you being so difficult with him? Because he is getting too involved in my marriage. Rose seems really drawn to him. That's a bit of a stretch. I think she appreciates his help. Let's be honest, Claire. It's clear to anyone watching them. Look at how they act together. Edwin, there's nothing happening. I can see some chemistry, but I know my husband well, and he has never been unfaithful. I don't think he's as innocent as you think. He has put himself between Rose and me under the guise of helping. He was trying to help me get a job through his friend. Why? Just to show her how important he is. I could guess what he would want in return. She grabbed my arm and made me look at her. Is that why you said no to the job with Carter? I nodded. Exactly. I don't want to owe him anything. Oh, Edwin. That's a terrible thing to think. He has done nothing wrong. He has been only helpful to Rose and to you, if you had been wise enough to notice. I finished my beer and said, I'm going to the bar. With my back to the crowd, I ordered another drink. As I stood there trying to clear my head, Claire came up beside me. Edwin, can we talk? We moved to a quieter spot. You have to let go of this anger. It's hurting your marriage. Rose and I have become close friends, and as friends, we talk. She squeezed my arm gently as she continued. Edwin, she is losing patience waiting for you to move past this. Move past what? All these worries, the lack of trust, the doubt. You are so hostile toward Tony. They have become good friends, and your resentment toward him is going to harm your relationship. Claire, can't you see that it's his actions in my life that are causing this rift? You can be really difficult, Edwin. I'm trying to help. The band began to play, and Claire walked away, shaking her head. It annoyed me that no one could understand my side of things. I watched as people started to fill the dance floor. Soon, the place was lively with dancers moving around. I stepped outside for some fresh air. I heard laughter from around the corner of the tent away from the restroom area. I was surprised to see Rose huddled close with Tony, Carter, and a couple of other friends. They were standing quite close, and I caught a strong smell of something unusual in the air. It looked like they were passing something around. I was taken aback as I watched them for a few minutes before they broke apart and returned inside. As I walked back to the bar, I felt someone hug me from behind. I turned to see Rose giving me a playful kiss. Hey, stranger, where have you been? I chuckled. More importantly, where have you been? She laughed softly. Outside. Doing what? She leaned closer and whispered in my ear. Just hanging out. When I looked puzzled, she asked, Surprised? I shook my head. Nothing surprises me anymore. She pulled something from her pocket. Lincoln gave me this. Do you want to share? When I didn't answer right away, she urged, Come on, babe. I haven't done this in a while. I know you used to enjoy this when you were younger. I laughed and picked up my drink. All right then. We went outside where others were hanging out and she lit up. By the time we finished, we both felt relaxed. She wrapped her arms around me. Thanks for being here tonight. I'm having a great time. This party is amazing. I wanted to say, can we leave? But I kept it to myself and nodded. Back inside at the bar, she asked, Would it bother you if I danced with Tony? That wasn't what I wanted to hear. Well, I'd like to dance too, you know. She nodded. Then come on, slowpoke. She pulled me into the crowd where everyone was dancing. We moved along with the lively music and Rose was in a great mood. We danced until the band took a break. When we returned to the bar, Claire joined us. It's nice to see you two having fun. Rose jumped into her arms and they shared an enthusiastic hug. Thanks for inviting us, Claire. This is the best party. We got our drinks, and Claire and Rose chatted happily. Tony came over and was welcomed as Claire wrapped her arm around him. They talked easily while Tony ordered something from the bartender. I didn't catch what he said, but after getting his drink, he handed me a glass. Edwin, my friend, this is the finest whiskey I have. He clinked his glass against mine and said, Cheers. He was right. I'm not an expert, but it was really nice. After finishing, he asked, Would you like another? I took a deep breath. Sure, I guess so. I'm too drunk to drive. We need a taxi. Claire chimed in. Don't worry about it. We have spare rooms. You can stay here. Oh, yes, please, Rose added. It would be nice not to go back to a cold house. She looked at me with hopeful eyes. Please, it would be great not to think about taxis. Tony clinked his glass with mine and took a big sip. I downed mine in one go. Rose took my quietness as a yes. We were staying for the night. The band started again and I grabbed Rose's hand. Let's dance. She smiled at me, but just as we were about to go out, Claire held my hand. I'd like to dance too. Rose released my hand. You two go ahead. We can dance later. Claire pulled me out and we joined the rhythm of the music. Most of the songs were from the 60s and 70s. After a few upbeat songs, the mood shifted, and we suddenly found ourselves in a slow song. Claire didn't hesitate. She moved into my arms. We swayed gently, blending with the other dancers. You're a great dancer, Eddie. Oh, now I was Eddie again. We continued to enjoy the music together. Her body was close to mine. This wasn't a party like the others, so it felt innocent, but having her in my arms was nice. I remembered all the times I thought about her, and that made my heart race. I couldn't help but feel a physical reaction. She noticed, and even in a crowd of friends, she still pressed against me. Her breath was warm against my skin, adding to the intensity of the moment. As we danced, she whispered softly, "Tell me about your new job." "I'm working for Mark Jacobson. He is a developer who is turning the old wool mill into affordable housing." I felt her body stiffen a little. "Did you say Mark Jacobson?" "Yes, that's him." Her body brushed against mine through her dress. "That sounds like an amazing project. How do you get along with Mark?" "He's great. He's really passionate about his work, and I've learned a lot from him. He's trying to make a difference." She leaned in and kissed my cheek. "I'm impressed. That project really matters. And I agree. Mark is a powerhouse." Surprised that she knew him, I asked, "Do you know him?" She whispered back, "I am one of his financial supporters. My charity is actually involved with him. I haven't seen you down there." "I've been a bit busy. We fund other projects, too." Her body relaxed against mine, and this time I held her close. "Now I'm impressed." She laughed softly, her breath warm. "It's nice to know I have your approval." The music changed to a lively beat. Claire pulled away. "Shall we take a break?" "Sounds good. I could use a drink." We headed back to the bar, where Tony and Rose joined us after dancing. Claire asked a lot of questions about my job, how it was going, the people involved, and the impact of the project. Rose raised an eyebrow as Claire's questions got deeper. Claire then said, "I need to visit more often." She took Tony's hand. "Come on, we need to socialize." Rose looked excited. "Wow, you two seem to be hitting it off." I shrugged. Who would have thought? She pulled me along as we mingled. I was a bit annoyed that she wanted to meet the wealthy guests. I would have preferred to talk to Gordon. He was genuine, unlike the others who seemed so pretentious. I felt relieved when the evening ended, and Claire led us to our room. The room was amazing, far better than any hotel we had ever stayed in. The next morning felt different. It was awkward and uncomfortable. Claire was an amazing host, but Tony and I struggled to have a good conversation. It felt forced and there was no laughter. I knew it was mostly my fault, but I blamed Tony for the problems in my life, especially the distance between Rose and me. As we drove away, Rose looked puzzled when I turned right instead of left. "Where are we going?" she asked. "Gordon told me last night he had something interesting to show me," I replied. She sighed and leaned back in her seat, looking bored. Gordon's place wasn't far. It was just a few driveways up the road. Unlike Tony and Claire's home, Gordon lived on a working farm. He smiled and waved as we approached. We greeted each other with handshakes and friendly kisses. "Hey there, I don't have much time today. I wanted to show you some properties," he said. "Are you getting into real estate?" I joked. He chuckled. "No, these pieces of land used to be part of the farm, but we decided to sell them to raise money for some upgrades. When you mentioned you were looking for property, I thought you might be interested." "Wow, thanks. We are definitely interested, right, hun?" I said. Rose looked annoyed. Maybe." I could tell she was not pleased. Gordon led us down the road to see a couple of properties, each around 4 acres. The one that caught my eye had a small cottage. It needed a lot of work. "This one might be hard to sell," Gordon said quietly. "The cottage is listed as historic." I loved it right away. I felt a thrill as we got closer. Imagining what it could be filled my head, especially with a small creek running alongside the dirt driveway. As I checked out the cottage, Rose pulled on my arm. "Come on, Eddie, this is silly. It's a mess." While Gordon and I discussed the property, Rose kept pointing out all its flaws. Gordon gave me a sympathetic glance. "Sorry to waste your time, I thought you might like it." Rose was already outside when I responded. "I'm interested. Don't listen to her. How much is it?" He considered for a moment. "For you, I think we could work something out. The asking price is £75,000. On the drive home, Rose warned me about dreaming too big. "Hun, we can't afford that. It would cost a fortune, not to mention all the time it would take." My excitement about the place only made her more frustrated. The next week, I was surprised to see Claire at work. Mark greeted her with a big hug as she entered the office. When she walked over and said, "Hello, Eddie," he looked surprised. "You two know each other?" "Oh, yes. Eddie and I are old friends, aren't we?" I smiled softly. "Yeah, old friends." Mark took her by the hand and led her out to show her around the project. As they were leaving, Claire turned and asked, "Well, are you coming?" Mark gave me an encouraging look, so I followed them. It was an interesting morning as Mark introduced her to the project. I was impressed by her questions. They were clear and to the point. I began to see a side of Claire that I hadn't noticed before. She cared about social issues and wanted to help others. I remembered her story about growing up poor, which clearly had a lasting impact on her. Later, I looked up her charity work. She led many charities and focused mainly on her own. This was interesting to me. It was all about helping underprivileged kids. There were hundreds of photos showing her at events with children. Over the next few weeks, she became a regular visitor at our project site. She often came with photographers and politicians as she worked to raise awareness and support. My dreams of building our own home got a boost, too. When I showed Mark some photos of the old cottage, he was really interested. We sat together as he took my sketches and added his ideas. As the day ended and we packed up, he picked up his keys. "Come on, let's go and have a look at that cottage." We talked about the cottage during the drive. I mentioned the challenges of getting building permission, but Mark seemed excited by the challenge. When we arrived, he went inside right away, moving away the overgrown plants to see the foundation. It was clear this place hadn't been lived in for a long time. I checked the water and sewer systems and examined the stones to see if they were still sturdy. We were starting to figure out what would be needed when Gordon showed up. He shared the history of the building, explaining that it had been in his family for generations and was the original homestead. That surprised me. "Then why are you selling it? I would think you'd want to keep it in the family." He rubbed his chin and replied, "It's time to fix it up. I had hoped a family might buy it and bring it back to life. Plus, I'm not good at this sort of thing." It was helpful to learn some history. It also gave us ideas on how to continue. If I was excited before, now I was full of energy. Mark seemed just as excited. I brought it up with Rose during dinner, but she was completely against the idea. "Eddie, I really like the idea, the uniqueness of it, and I trust you. It's just that it feels so far away for us right now." While we ate, she said, "I've been talking to Tony about our dream of buying a house. He has some friends in real estate and thinks we should buy a place in a nice area that needs some work." There was Tony again, getting involved in my plans. His suggestion only made me want to reach my dream more. Instead of arguing, I let it go. I could tell it wasn't worth the fight. Lately, she was so focused on her trading that she hardly had time for anything else. Every night, from the moment she got home until bedtime, she was stuck on that laptop. I admired her dedication, but I missed our time together, the chats, the laughs, and the silly shows we used to watch on TV. Then, a few days later, my hopes got a lift when Mark brought in the plans for our cottage. They were amazing. As we laid them out on the desk and he walked me through them, I was really impressed with his ideas. "These are fantastic," I said. But then I added sadly, "I can't pay for them." He laughed. "They're a gift. I really want to see that cottage fixed up and we're friends, right?" I pulled him into a friendly hug. "Yes, we definitely are." With the drawings in hand, I went to the bank to explore options. I was shown into a small office and met with the loans manager. We talked about the property and my dreams. When he looked up the property details, he saw the listing and took a deep breath. We discussed the next steps, starting with getting permission from the local council and National Heritage. As we talked about my finances, he checked our account. He looked up from his screen with a strange expression. How much do you have in your account, Edwin? About 30,000 pounds, I think. He turned the screen so I could see. The balance showed only 1,500 pounds. That can't be right. He checked the history and told me that 32,000 pounds had been taken out 2 weeks ago. I was shocked. It had to be Rose and that trading scheme of hers. When I got home, she was, as usual, on the computer. "What have you done?" I exclaimed. She looked up, surprised. "What do you mean?" "I mean the money in our account. It's gone." She sighed casually. "Don't worry, sweetheart. I transferred it to boost my trading." "And when were you going to tell me?" "We talked about it. You said once I made 1,200 pounds we could move forward. On that initial investment, I made 2,000 pounds. I am really starting to understand things. And with Tony's help, I see a way to make us some good money." "I never said you could spend all of our savings. Relax, it's going to be worth it. We can make a lot of money." "Not if you spend every penny. I wanted you to take out 3,000, not everything. I need that money back." She shot me a cold look. "We've talked about buying a house. This could help us get there faster. If this works like my first plan did, we could have 100,000 in 6 months." Angry, I replied. "Or we could end up with nothing. No, I want that money back now. Sell whatever you need to, but I want that 30,000 pounds back in our account by tomorrow." She stood up and faced me closely. "You always overreact. Just think for a moment. With Tony's help, I can really grow this. We can have our home." "I'm not laughing, Rose. We worked hard for that money, and I refuse to waste it on something so risky." She took my hands and squeezed gently. "You need to trust me. I've shown I can do this. We can build real wealth, not just for a house, but for our future." I pulled my hands away. "I don't care what Tony thinks. This is a risk I'm not willing to take. I want that money back now." She frowned. "It doesn't work that way. If I sell quickly, I could lose a lot." "I don't care. I want that money back in our bank. You won't believe how embarrassed I was today. When I saw the balance at the bank, I almost fainted. "Please return the money." I stormed off to change. When I came back, she was on the phone, upset. "I don't know what to do," I heard her say. "Yes, maybe that's the plan." When she saw me, she hung up. The look she gave me was sharp and cold. I started making dinner since nothing was ready. We ate in silence. Afterwards, I watched the news. Rose said, "Can I show you something? Let me explain. Our money is safe." She came over and began to share details about her purchases and stocks. Tony's name came up a lot as she talked. Maybe if she'd left him out, I would have listened better. But hearing his name made me tense, and I stopped paying attention. At the end of her presentation, she asked, "So what do you think? Can I continue with this?" "No, Rose, you can't. That money is ours, and I want it back." "You're right, it is ours. I have a say in how we use it, too. I want that money back, Rose, in our account tomorrow." She sighed. "No, that's not how it works. I can get it back, but it will take at least a week." I nodded. "Okay, you have a week, but not a day longer." She jumped up from the sofa, yelling, "Forget you, Eddie. I'm on to something important here. You think just because I'm a woman I can't do this. You don't believe in me at all." "Rose, if you had talked to me about this, we could have worked together and taken it step by step. But you never even told me. You never gave me a chance. I wanted it to be a surprise. I was going to double our money and then show you. I wanted to show that I could do it. This was for both of us, not just me. All you needed to do was talk to me and let me share my thoughts. Everything I have worked for is sitting there, waiting to be wasted." She stormed off upstairs, still angry. "Forget you." That ended the argument. I slept on the sofa. Things were tense for the rest of the week. On Friday night, she walked in with a proud look on her face. She handed me a check for 25,000 pounds. "Here, this is your half of our investment. I'm keeping the other half to keep investing." I just stared at her. "What?" she snapped. "Half the money is mine, and I get to help decide how we use it. You may not believe in me, but I increased our money by almost 40% in less than a month." I took the check and said, "Thanks. He'll put this in my account." She softened. Don't you see, Eddie? 40% in a month. Just trust me a little. We will have our own home soon and we won't be tied down by a mortgage. Go ahead. But remember what I said at the start. Only invest what you can afford to lose. I'm saving this for a rainy day. She threw her hands up in defeat. Oh, whatever. Sometimes I really worry about you, Eddie. When I told Mark about my problem, he came up with some ideas. He directed me to a mortgage broker who helped families in tough situations. He often found ways to get mortgages without a deposit. In the next couple of weeks, I spent all my free time going back and forth between the mortgage broker and the National Heritage Office, figuring out what I needed to do for approval and consent. It was hard. At home, things were cold and not much fun. Rose was often asleep or busy on the computer. She really enjoyed showing me how fast her half of the money was growing. I had to give her credit. She was good. If it weren't for her annoying attitude, I might have even given her my half too. What also bothered me was her friendship with Tony. It felt much deeper than before. She often talked about their lunch dates and how he was mentoring her. It made me upset. Claire also seemed to know a lot about what was happening in our lives. Her visits to the project became more regular, and we often spent time together exploring. She didn't lecture me. There was no scolding, but she did mention that I needed to let Rose grow. She was only just beginning to show her potential. I understood that, but I wasn't sure I wanted to be around this new Rose. She seemed to have lost her joy, and her excitement for life was gone. Now, all she cared about was that computer and talking about how much money she made. Buying the cottage felt too difficult. I was about to give up when Gordon called me unexpectedly one day. How's it going, laddie? Are you still interested in the cottage? I still love it, yes, but sadly I think I will have to let it go. What's the issue, laddie? Is it just money? Yeah, you're right. What if I lowered the price a little? I would still have a hard time, Gordon. Sorry to waste your time. Don't be foolish, laddie. I might have a solution. How about I keep 25% in the property? That would be a separate loan you can pay back. No need for the bank or anyone else to know. What? Wow, Gordon, that would be amazing, but you don't really know me. I know you well enough, laddie, and I want something good to happen to that cottage. My dad was born there, and we would like good neighbors. The deal was set. There was a lot of paperwork to handle, and it took 2 months of discussions and meetings before it was all approved. I now owned a rundown cottage. I kept this to myself. If Rose thought it was okay to have secrets, then this would be mine. I planned to surprise her. The first step was to move the building materials I had saved from the project to the site. Mark helped me one weekend, and we cleared out a corner of the old cottage to use as an office. We made a large desk out of an old door and spread out the plans. The next weekend, I learned how to operate a small excavator and cleared out the cottage itself. There was no roof, just some old beams left. Luckily, they were in good shape and could be used. Rose seemed upset that I was away all weekend. I told her I was working. I wasn't sure she believed me, although I came home each day covered in mud and dirt. Our lives began to stabilize. We found the heart of why we were together. I loved that woman deeply, and I was certain she loved me too. The anger faded, letting some warmth and love come through. After a month, I felt proud of what I had accomplished at the cottage. It was cleared out, and its beauty could finally be seen. I wanted to show Rose. I was sure that once she saw its potential, she would fall in love with it just like I had. Life with us felt like that roller coaster song. We seemed to experience ups and downs. Mark, who liked to think of himself as a thinker, said, "That is what true love looks like. Life has 2 sides, just like a coin. When you flip a coin, both sides show. You can't have happiness without sadness. You can't have love without some dislike." I understood what he meant, but I couldn't help but laugh. Everything changed suddenly when I got a phone call. "Hi, Rose, what's going on?" I was just leaving the office, heading home. "Eddie, I have something to tell you, and I know you won't like it, but here it is." I heard her take a deep breath before she continued. "Babe, today I went to London with Tony. He had to speak to some investors, and I interrupted, shouting, "What?" "Eddie, please calm down. Let me explain. He thought it would be a good chance for me to join the meeting, so I went with him. But now there's a problem, and he has to stay another day." I felt anger rise in me. "You went to London with him without telling me? Rose, you know I don't like you spending time with him." "Eddie, stop it. You're overreacting. I should have told you, but it was a last-minute decision. Plus, it gets worse. Oh, really? How so? We have to stay overnight. There was an issue with the tickets, and he canceled mine too. I can't get a flight until tomorrow. I walked down the office stairs, my mind racing. You're saying you'll spend the night in London with him? Is that true? Yes, Eddie, that's correct. Tony has booked us rooms. We are staying at the Sheridan. No way. If you stay there with him, our marriage is finished. Do you hear me, Rose? It's over. Please calm down, Eddie. We have separate rooms. We aren't sharing. Take a train or a bus. I don't care, but if you stay with him, it's done. Eddie, please be reasonable. Sorting out a train would take too long. Plus, I learned a lot today and I want to see how tomorrow goes. I ended the call, my anger making it hard for me to think clearly. I knew if I kept talking, I would say things I didn't mean. When I arrived home, I was surprised to see Claire's car in the driveway. As I got out, she stepped out too. Hello, Eddie, how are you? What are you doing here, Claire? Rose called me. She said you weren't taking the news well. I wanted to check on you. No, I'm not okay. My wife is spending the night with your husband. I looked around to see if anyone had overheard my outburst. She frowned. Can we go inside and talk before we make a scene? I walked past her and opened the door. She came inside with me. Eddie, this is just a misunderstanding. Tony had no idea he would need to stay overnight. They have separate rooms. I can verify that with the hotel if you want. Come on, Claire, I'm not foolish. He could book many rooms but still only use one. Eddie, please don't overreact. This is innocent. Tony asked Rose to join him as a learning opportunity. They were meant to come home by now, so there's no harm done. No harm done, I said with disbelief. She lies to me. She goes off with that guy who I can't stand. I've had enough of this. Her expression changed quickly. Tony is my husband, Eddie, and I won't let you speak about him that way. You might not like him, but he has only tried to help you and Rose. At least she appreciates that. I'm sure she does, and I guess she will show him how thankful she is all night. Eddie, she gasped. Stop it. You are acting irrationally. Let's go out for dinner and have a calm conversation. We will both be alone tonight. Forget it, Claire. You don't understand how angry I am. I think it would be better if you went. Darling, that's not a good idea. I worry that you will say or do something you may regret. Rose is already upset with you because of what happened earlier. Unbelievable. She's upset with me? Seriously, Claire. She's off on this little trip. That guy has been trying to get close to her since they met. I guess he finally found a way. Edwin, I'm getting frustrated. Yes, this was a bad decision. She should have been honest from the start, but I assure you it is completely innocent. Nothing is happening. How do you know that, Claire? Edwin, Tony and I have an honest relationship. He told me Rose was going with him. He doesn't have to hide anything from me. If he wanted to spend time with her, I would be okay with it. Whether you believe me or not doesn't matter. I may have my flaws, but I am not a liar. Her words barely calmed my troubled feelings. I felt so tense inside that I could feel it as I rubbed my stomach. Claire, I don't care what you say. I have my own views on what is happening. Even if they aren't doing anything wrong, I would still be upset. She lied to me again. She left for work this morning with a smile and a kiss, all the while knowing where she was going. But darling, there's nothing going on. Yes, there is, Claire. She might not be crossing any lines, but she is definitely hiding something. She has her little outings with him. She went to his office after work for their meetings, and now she was off on a trip, fully aware of how I felt about it. Claire bit her lip as my words echoed in her mind. Claire, can't you see? She shows no respect for me every time she's with him. It's so disrespectful that she lies to get what she wants. Edwin, sweetheart, you're reading too much into this. You're overthinking. Let me take you out to dinner. No, you should go, Claire, because I'm about to call Rose, and it won't be friendly. Don't say anything you might regret. Please take tonight to think it over. Things have been shaky between you two lately. She hugged me and kissed me goodbye. Please, Eddie, breathe. Don't rush into this. Think clearly. I almost decided to wait and sort it out tomorrow, but then Rose called. Eddie, can we talk? Did Claire come by? Is she still there? Yeah, she came and went. Shared her thoughts with me. Good. Can we discuss what's been happening? No, we can't. I just checked, and there's a flight back tonight. One leaves in an hour, and guess what? There are seats available. Eddie, I wanted to stay. I'm learning a lot. If you'd let me explain, this means so much to me. All I see is that you think very little of me. Since you met Tony, he's taken my place as your friend. We used to share everything. Now you go to him if you want to talk. That's not true, hon. Yes, it is, Rose. You've lost respect for me. You lie to me often. You know exactly how I would react. When you left for work this morning, you kissed me and said, "I will see you tonight." That's because we thought we'd be back today. And if that had been true, I would have never known. Somehow you feel that's okay. What I don't know won't hurt me. Eddie, if you could just let go of your dislike for Tony, I wouldn't have to lie. I could be honest. Rose, it feels like our marriage is over. I refuse to play a small role. If Tony wants to be the main character, then he can have it. Have a nice night. I hope he is what you expect. I hung up before she could respond. It was strange. I had fought hard to keep them apart and to hold on to her. Now, I had chosen to focus on my own life. I felt lighter. The anger faded away. My mind cleared and I felt more focused. I didn't want to cook, so I went to the pub for some food and a drink. It was late when I returned home. As I lay in bed, I began to think. Okay, deciding our marriage was over was easy. Figuring out how to move on was the challenging part. I had a house and a mortgage, but I couldn't afford to live there alone. Lately, I had been leaving all the bills for Rose. She never said anything about it. Moving out seemed like the only choice. As I lay in bed, my phone rang. Eddie, can we talk now? Looking at the time, I saw it was 11. Wow, that must have been quick. I can't believe he is not as great as he thinks. Eddie, she said with a tired sigh, I'm in my own bed, nothing is happening. Rose, I don't trust what you're saying right now. He could be right there laughing at me. Oh, come on, Eddie, you're being silly. I made a mistake. I should have told you the truth. Yes, you should. This isn't the first time you've apologized for this. Look, I've made a choice. We need to separate. This isn't working for me. Eddie, that's just foolish. We can get through this. I know you don't mean it. You're just upset. No, Rose. I'm serious. I can't keep living like this. I need to be with someone who values me and my opinions. That's not happening with you. Eddie, please don't let your jealousy ruin what we have. We don't have anything anymore. Since you started seeing Tony, everything changed. He took my place in this family. You ask him for advice now and I feel pushed aside. If you think about it calmly, you'll see it makes sense. It doesn't make sense. Eddie, I think you need to talk to someone. You didn't like Tony from the beginning and that jealousy is clouding your judgment. You need support. So you don't think you've done anything wrong? I've made mistakes and am not hiding from that. But talking to you has been impossible. I can't even share my success with you. Do you know how much I've earned? No, because I can't talk to you about it. Goodbye, Rose. Have a good night. I hope it's worth it. Morning came quickly, and I woke up feeling refreshed. I packed up everything I could. Clothes, my computer, and personal things, trying to fit as much as I could into my car. I didn't know where I was going, but I wouldn't stay there any longer. At work, Mark noticed I was not myself. I could feel it too. My mind was scattered, and I snapped at everyone. Eddie, what's going on? Trouble at home? He asked. Yeah, I left her. I'm tired of all the drama. He nodded. What are you going to do now? I shrug. I don't know, my friend. I feel overwhelmed. As always, he pulled me into a hug. It wasn't the most masculine gesture, but it made me feel better. It was strange how just having someone listen to my troubles helped me calm down. He made us both a cup of tea, and we walked around the site. When we reached one of the large storerooms, he stopped and walked inside. What do you think, Eddie? We could easily turn this into a nice little space for you to stay in. I was surprised by his kindness and asked, Are you sure? Absolutely. It's better than sleeping in the car. If we do it right, you could be living here in a couple of weeks. His clear thinking made sense to me. He got a few guys to help me, and he even joined in. By night, we had a bedroom ready. I could use other areas for showers and cooking. Rose called me as soon as she got home. She realized I had moved out. The call started off poorly. She called me foolish, said I was overreacting and that I was running away. I listened to her harsh words one after another. In the end, she was tired and crying. Eddie, this won't fix anything. Funny, I feel better now than I have in months. Where are you staying? That's not your concern. Are you seeing someone else? Is that what this is about? No, Rose, there isn't anyone else. I'm just tired of fighting all the time. You must feel the same. Take some time tonight and think about it. All we do now is argue. Eddie, did you think about my idea of counseling? No. Honestly, I don't think I've done anything wrong. I haven't lied or tricked you. I've been truthful and acted properly. There were some tears before she hung up, frustrated. Over the next few days, Mark and I spent time at the cottage. We used Gordon's excavator to dig out new foundations, built some frames, and I ordered the concrete truck for Saturday. On Friday, Claire came to talk to Mark and visit the site. She acknowledged me, but it felt cold, and she referred to me as Edwin again. Mark noticed the change. For the first time, I felt his anger. Eddie, don't let this affect the project. I need you to keep things professional. Don't involve Claire in your issues. I didn't know how to respond and just stared at him. He came over and put a reassuring hand on my shoulder. Sorry to be so direct, but I can tell Claire is a bit uneasy right now. I don't need any drama. I'm on your side, but please keep your distance while she's here, okay? I nodded. Sure, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. I know, but she's upset with you, so just give her some space. Got it. No problem. Gordon helped me out in another way. I wanted to do the stonework repairs myself, but I had no experience and felt stuck. Gordon knew a retired stonemason in the area who worked on the side and charged fair prices. Over the weekend, I started working with him. It was tough and slow work. We first had to gather all the broken stones and reuse them. Sorting and arranging them seemed to take forever. Bit by bit, the front wall took shape over the weekend. Jack, the old mason, was fun to work with. We shared some laughs as he taught me how to lay stone and mix lime mortar, which is a skill in itself. After a month of working every evening and weekend, we finished the front wall and it was strong enough to hold the support beams. Next, we moved on to the back extension, using the bricks we had saved from the project. Again, Jack was the expert, and I was learning. The work was hard, but it felt good. It helped me forget about my personal life. I expected Rose to reach out to me, to ask for forgiveness like she had before, but there was nothing. I felt a bit let down. Didn't she care? I shouldn't have been surprised. She had what she wanted, her freedom. I did what Mark asked. Whenever Claire showed up, I slipped out the back. The project was going well. We were ahead of schedule and had sold 2 units. Families moved in, and Claire arrived with her team of reporters to cover the project. I tried to stay out of sight, but Mark pulled me in. No matter how much I tried to avoid her, Claire caught me in a corner. Hello, Edwin. Have you been avoiding me? Yeah, that's what I've been trying to do. She looked at me curiously. Why? Because Mark asked me to. He's worried I might say something that would upset you. I'm sorry. I've been unfair. When are you going to talk to Rose? She is really upset. No, I don't plan to. She got what she wanted, freedom to see whoever she chooses. Oh, come on. She isn't with anyone. She works and then stays home alone. She hasn't talked to Tony in 2 weeks. Maybe I should have left earlier. If I'd known that would break them up, I could have saved our marriage. You seem really unsure of yourself. With all your intelligence, Edwin, it's surprising. Claire, I can't deal with her behavior. The lying was bound to lead to this. I agree, the lying was wrong. I tried to get her to tell you the truth about Tony, but she refused and begged me not to tell you. I'm sorry for my part in that. I nodded, accepting her apology. Thanks for that. What else is there to do? You could talk to her. This doesn't have to be the end. She made mistakes and so did you. Wait a second. What mistakes did I make? You were too stubborn. You made her so scared of sharing her feelings that she stopped talking to you. She really wanted to, but fear held her back. Why? I've never hurt her or done anything wrong. You haven't hurt her, but there's been tension between you. By always criticizing her friendship with Tony, she felt like you were trying to control her. It actually brought her and Tony closer together. Your harsh comments made her think you wanted to keep her from him. That's nonsense. I didn't like Tony from the start. I saw through him. He liked her, and I knew he wouldn't give up. I noticed she was getting uneasy. Eddie, you're mistaken. Yes, Tony liked her, but he was always respectful. He never crossed the line. I see it differently. Why would you invite a coworker to a party if it wasn't to get closer to her? I never lied to you. Tony likes Rose and he hoped something might come from that invitation. I met Rose before the party and it was clear she was interested too. We didn't know you back then. As I sulked and kicked at imaginary stones, she continued. Rose thought you would enjoy the party. She mentioned that you had brought it up before. That was when we were still dating. Yes, I said I might be interested, but we weren't serious. She made a mistake. After the party, she felt bad about how things turned out. We discussed future plans, and she said it would depend on you. Then why didn't she just let it go? Why did she keep bringing it up? Because she wanted to explore it. She felt attracted to Tony, and he felt the same way. Surely you've met women who caught your eye since you've been married? Yes, I have, but I've never thought about being unfaithful. Too late I saw her flinch. She expected me to mention her. Claire, that night we danced. I can't deny I was drawn to you. You're a beautiful woman, and any man would notice you. But I'm married. I'm not here to debate our lifestyle. I just want you to call Rose and work things out. She loves you, Eddie, and I see that same love in you. Please talk to her. That's all I'm asking. Mark arrived with the film crew, and they went off to finish their interview. I thought about calling her. Honestly, I missed her. We often throw around the word love, but it means something special when it's real. Rose and I shared a true connection. We were friends first, and that bond continued even after we got married. I wanted her to succeed and be happy. It didn't surprise me that she was successful in share trading. She studied business at university and got into recruitment because a friend pulled her in and the pay was good. Even so, I felt too angry to call. Love can bring strong feelings, both good and bad, and right now, I was stuck in the bad part. I focused on the building project instead. One of the main parts of the house was going to be a long steel beam. I was going to build it myself from pieces I rescued from a previous job. Alone, the steel sections wouldn't hold up, but together, they would manage easily. Mark made the designs, using a truss system that connected the main spans with triangular frames at 35-degree angles. This design let us use smaller steel, which made it lighter and easier to work with. We planned to show the truss structure as a feature in the big living area, aiming for an open concept without any heavy columns. My welding skills would be really tested. I learned to weld in my first year after university while working. My boss was so impressed that he sent me to night classes. I learned more on the job, but the classes did give me a certificate. Mark was also impressed because the welds needed to look good, since they would be visible. When it was time to put up the beams, I asked Gordon if we could use the forks on his tractor. He was friendly and came to help. When he saw the beams, he nodded and said, "Who did your welding, laddie?" "That was me. I learned a while back." He got off his tractor to inspect them more closely. "These are really good for an engineer." I took his compliment with grace. With the three of us working together, we got the beams in place. Gordon stood by us, admiring the result. "Laddie, how about making some of these for my new barn?" he asked. I nodded. "Sure, but I'm pretty busy right now." "What if I pay you?" he responded. I laughed. It was kind of him, but he had already helped me a lot. "Listen, I'm happy to pay you. Let me show you my new barn and I'll explain." We walked over and he proudly showed us his new barn. It was set off to the side of his driveway and parking area. The issue with his kit-set design was that it required posts placed 3 meters apart, which limited its use. Mark and I quickly did some calculations, and he soon had a sketch ready. Gordon brought out some of his homemade beer, and his wife followed with sandwiches. The beer was strong but easy to drink. We enjoyed it while discussing the construction plans. Our design would allow the entire 20-meter-wide barn roof to be held up only by the trusses. No support posts would be needed. "Okay, how much?" Gordon asked. "You buy the materials and I'll do the work for free." "No, my friend, that's not how this works. I appreciate your kindness, but I want to pay you." Mark winked at me. "How about I get the steel and we build it together? It'll cost you 10,000 pounds. Gordon offered his hand and we shook on it. This meant I would be away from my home until I finished at Gordon's place, but it would help me earn some money for my own project. Gordon was traditional. His wife made sure I was well fed, and he was proud of his homemade beer. We grew closer while working side by side. When we finished, He was really pleased with the results and planned to celebrate with a barn-raising party. In the week before the party, Claire approached me at the project site. "Eddie, you might not remember Gordon from our anniversary party. He's one of our neighbors." When I shrugged, she added, "Anyway, he is having a barn-raising party on Sunday, and we have been invited." I nodded. "Sounds great. I hope you enjoy it." She hesitated. "Rose has been feeling down and needs company. I'm going to invite her, but she said she wouldn't go alone." "Could you come with her?" I chuckled. "You want me to go to a party with Rose?" "Yes," she said firmly. "Eddie, she needs to get out, and it's a chance for you two to talk. And distract everyone else. No, I expect you to behave well. If you don't, I'll tell Mark." Just then, Mark walked in. "Did I hear my name?" he said playfully. Claire explained the situation, and Mark gave me a puzzled look, but quickly agreed with Claire. "I think you should go. You could use a break, and it would be good for you and Rose, even if it's just to find some closure." When he said that, Claire shot him a fierce look. Mark was determined, and it was clear Claire wasn't going to drop it. In the end, I agreed. "Great," she said cheerfully. "We'll take Rose with us. He'll send you Gordon's address." "Can Mark come too?" I asked. She regarded us both with curiosity, but replied casually, "Fine, but no funny business." Mark and I shared a laugh after she left. I found it odd that she didn't know about what I had been doing in her backyard. Still, I sensed that at her anniversary party, she and Gordon were more like acquaintances than close friends. She probably didn't mingle with regular farmers. After getting to know Gordon, I could imagine what his party would be like. It would be in the new barn, and everyone would need to wear gumboots. I wondered if Claire knew that. She would likely arrive dressed for a fancy event, just like she did for site visits. I brought an extra pair of gumboots for Rose, just in case. As Sunday approached, I wondered if Rose would actually come. She hadn't tried to reach out, which seemed unusual. That wasn't the Rose I knew. I stopped at the cottage to do some work before heading to the party, which was set to start at 11. Mark arrived at the cottage and helped me for a bit. We both watched cars driving up to Gordon's place and decided to wait for a grand entrance. Everyone was gathered in the barn. There was a big spit ready in one corner, and Gordon was keeping an eye on it. The crowd was mostly farmers, which made Claire, Tony, and surprisingly, Rose stand out. Claire and Rose were wearing heels. They clearly didn't attend many neighbor gatherings. I pulled the gumboots from the trunk. I also found a pair of her jeans in one of my bags. As we walked over to their group, Rose looked nervous. Her body language showed it. She had her hands behind her back and was kicking at the ground, staring intently at it. When we got close, Claire greeted us with hugs and kisses. Mark and Tony shook hands, but I chose to skip Tony's gesture. He held his hand out until he saw I wouldn't take it, then slowly lowered it. Claire shot me an annoyed look. Finally, Rose looked up and said, "Hello, Mark, Eddie." She hugged Mark, and I handed her the gumboots and jeans. "You might like these better." She smiled and said softly, "Thank you. I'll go change." Claire frowned. "What about mine?" Gordon spotted us and waddled over. "About time. What took you all so long?" "Sorry, Gordy," I said quietly. "We were busy." "Busy? More like wasting time as usual," he replied. Claire stood there surprised at the exchange. Gordon noticed and said, "Come on, laddie. I've got a task for you." He handed me a large spatula. "Keep an eye on the sausages and don't let them burn." I became the second chef. Beth, Gordon's wife, came by with arms full of his homebrew, and we got started. While I was turning sausages, Rose and Claire appeared next to me. Claire asked, "You and Gordon seem to get along well. Where do you know him from?" I shrugged. "I met him at your anniversary party. We've seen each other a few times since. He's a really nice guy, friendly and generous." Rose jumped in. "He showed us one of the plots he divided. Eddie was eager, wasn't he?" "Yes, I was. Sadly, you didn't see the opportunities, did you?" She flinched at my comment. "It wasn't the right time. We couldn't have managed it. Even I could see that." Claire felt the air getting cooler and jumped in. "It's too late to worry about what's done. I understand that they have all been sold." "Yes, you're probably right. It would have been a stretch. But a man can dream." So how have you been? Rose asked. Busy. The project has really taken off now. Yes, Claire told me. You have done well. What about you? I asked, hoping to keep the mood positive. The same. Busy. The firm has been working hard and I've made real progress with my trading. You know, if that property were available now, we could probably handle it. Bit late now that it's sold. Plus, it wouldn't be much fun on your own, would it? She grimaced. Claire jumped in. These sausages look delicious. When will they be ready? Not long now. Beth came over and handed me another drink. Come on, Eddie, you don't want to annoy Gordy. You'll end up in the guest room again. She walked away to serve more drinks. Claire gave me a puzzled look before saying to Rose, Come on, dear, let's go find some wine, shall we? They left arm in arm. Gordy showed up. How's the food coming along, lad? Almost done. Listen, Gordy, could I ask you for a favor? Sure, young one. What do you need this time? Could you please not tell Claire, Tony, or Rose about me buying the cottage? A bit tipsy, he laughed. I wasn't planning to tell them. Tony has been on my case since he got here. He'll keep your secret, but remember this, young one. Claire isn't naive. If she thinks she knows something, she'll find out for sure. Thanks, mate. Dinner was served, and a local minister gave a light-hearted blessing for the gathering. There was a lot of laughter, and Gordy kept the drinks coming. I knew I wouldn't be able to drive home. Throughout the day, Rose and I found time to talk. We both apologized for our mistakes, even though I still felt I hadn't done anything wrong. Later in the day, as I was helping to clean up, she approached me. Eddie, can we try again? I miss you and see how I messed up. I never meant to hurt your feelings. I just got caught up in my own world. Rose, I would love to say yes, but I'm not sure. I've learned some things about myself and need to see them through. I think some time apart might be good for us. Are you seeing someone else? Is that it? No, Rose. I mean, it's a personal journey I'm on. What about you? No, not at all. I've been waiting to talk to you. We stood in an awkward silence until Rose said softly, Is there no chance for us then? That's not what I said. I just think we both need time to figure out what we truly want. I was really hurt when you went off with Tony. Spending the night with another man doesn't show me you care. Eddie, I promise nothing happened. We each had our own rooms. There was nothing between us. I know what you said, Rose, but lying about being there in the first place makes it hard for me to trust you. Babe, how can I earn your trust back? Just tell me what to do. I don't know, Rose. If it was easy, I would have figured it out by now. I still care about you, but I need to feel you care too. I do, love. I miss you so much. Just as we were finishing up, Claire approached and asked Rose if she was ready to leave. She glanced at me, saying, How are you getting home? I chuckled. Not sure. Mark left and I was hoping for a ride with him. You can ride with us if you want, she offered. Rose nodded. You can't drive. I agreed, though reluctantly. Yeah, okay. I don't want to spend another night on Gordy's couch. Claire looked at me curiously. We all climbed into Tony's car. As we drove down the road, I felt settled until he turned into my new cottage driveway. What are you doing? I asked. Claire winked at me. We just want to see what our new neighbors are up to. Rose added, It's pretty run down. It looked like a wreck when we saw it. Tony parked next to the cottage and we all let out a collective sigh. Claire summed it up for everyone. Wow, it looks amazing. Oh my gosh, Rose added. It looks beautiful. Look at the stonework, it's like new. Tony nodded. Last time I saw it, it was falling apart. Everyone got out of the car to take a look. Rose stayed by the car. Aren't you coming to check it out? I shrugged and joined them. As we walked around back, Rose was surprised by how big the new addition was. They walked inside the area that would eventually have large doors leading to a deck. We all walked around, and Rose spun in excitement. It's incredible. Eddie, is this what you imagined? I nodded. Yeah, something like this. I noticed Tony looking at the metal beam. This looks just like the one at Gordon's place, doesn't it? I nodded. Similar with a few differences. As Rose wandered about, she wondered aloud, Where will the kitchen be? Do you think there will be an island? Claire joined her as they looked into the space where the kitchen would go. Yes, it has to have one. Imagine a big pantry on that far wall. That would be amazing. Whoever is doing this has really created a beautiful space. I can see the big fireplace over there, and it looks warm and inviting, Rose said. Oh, it's more than just inviting, Claire replied. It's truly amazing. Rose sighed with longing. Eddie, I wish I had your vision. If only we had thought to do this together. It could have been ours. I nodded. You're right. It could have been. She looked away with a hint of regret. We walked back to the car, and Tony went over to my pile of building supplies. All of this is second-hand. That must be why they got the building permit. As we drove away, Rose shifted closer to me. She wrapped her arm around mine and rested her head on my shoulder. I was surprised when Tony slowed down and turned into their driveway. Is everyone ready for a drink? He asked. Rose said softly, Yes, please. I could use one. How about you, Eddie? The car stopped, and I said, No thanks. I'll get a taxi. Claire gave me a disapproving look. Come on, Eddie. We would like you to join us. I was already on my phone, and the taxi service was taking my details. Once I had booked the cab, Rose squeezed my arm. Come on, just one drink. It won't be a big deal. I really didn't want to spend time with Tony, but with a light drizzle falling, I decided to go inside with them. Tony went straight to the bar and poured drinks for everyone. There was an uncomfortable silence as we stood close together. Claire tried to break the tension. The project is going well, Eddie. You and Mark are a great team. I thought you made a mistake turning down Carter's offer, but now I see you made the right choice. That comment only made the silence more awkward. Tony jumped in. I disagree. Just because you're getting along with Mark doesn't mean you couldn't have done better with Carter. Imagine what you could have achieved at Trimax and think about your finances. I held back my frustration and replied, I'm happy with my decision. This project is rewarding. There's more to life than just money. It's fulfilling a social need, and I've learned so much from Mark, especially about working with people. Claire nodded. Yes, Mark is a special person. We are lucky to have him. She smiled at me and added, He speaks so highly of your contributions. He even told me he wouldn't have gotten this far without you. Just then, I heard the taxi honking outside, and I said my goodbyes. Rose asked, Can I share the cab with you? Claire urged, No, please don't leave. Stay a little longer. I need someone to talk to. She glanced at me, weighing her options. Finally, she sighed and said, Okay, maybe just one more. The girls walked to the front door to say goodbye, and Tony called out as I walked past. What could have happened if she had come with me? I'm not sure, but we seemed to be in a good place. Oh well, it wasn't meant to be. For the next month, I focused on putting the roof on and making sure the cottage was water-resistant. Standing in the living room and looking up at the high ceilings gave the place a special feeling. The large stone fireplace, now complete, really added a nice touch to the space. I had found some big oak beams to use. My initial plan was to turn them into floorboards. However, I was quickly running low on money. I had spent the extra funds I got from Gordon on electricity and a new distribution board. Now my finances were tight. I was using every penny I earned, and the project was nearing completion. I knew Mark was keeping me on because of our friendship, not because he needed me. I had already prepared the final task lists and completion reports. Mark had hoped that this project would lead to more opportunities. No one could deny the success of this project. The units were now rented and in use. The only empty ones were the ones that were still not finished. There was another old factory on the edge of town. Mark had created designs for a similar project there, but the issue was funding. Claire had already promised to help, bringing in friends and other investors. Even Tony was involved, but this next project was much bigger and needed a lot more money. That was the main problem. Mark approached the council, but they claimed they had no funds available. The central government was also unhelpful. The plan sat untouched. Each day, the current project got closer to completion. It was time to start looking for another job. Most local jobs offered low pay, more suitable for new graduates than experienced engineers. The only job offer I had was from my old friend in Wales. They were looking for engineers for a new project. The terms were good, and it meant I could save everything I earned. On a personal note, Rose and I had started to talk more. While it was nice, it felt a bit disappointing. The house was still not finished, and I knew I would have to leave. Life can be tough at times. As the project was wrapping up, Claire planned a big opening party. There would be celebrities, politicians, and local officials. It was going to be quite the event. On the night of the party, Claire was proud to show everyone around the building, interviewing tenants and promoting it all. She invited every celebrity she knew, hoping to attract enough funding for the next project. I had never seen so many famous people gathered in one place. Claire, also trying to play matchmaker, invited Rose. Since Gordy's barn party, we had started talking more. It began slowly, but at least we were communicating. During the opening ceremony, we spent a good amount of time talking together. In the weeks before, we had begun discussing the idea of returning home and trying to work through our problems. However, I was still hesitant, and I could feel her frustration with my inability to commit. There were many reasons for my hesitation. It wasn't just about the lies and disrespect. I still hadn't told her that I owned the cottage. Going back home would mean no more late nights there. Her irritation became clear in our recent conversations, turning our friendly chats into strained and uncomfortable exchanges. The party, which should have been a good opportunity to talk, ended up being quite different. Upset by my lack of commitment, Rose decided to cope with her emotions through a few drinks. She drank a bit too much and became confrontational. This was frustrating for me, as I tried to stay calm. As the evening went on, I noticed she was getting quite close to one of the celebrity guests. I recognized him as an actor, not extremely famous but well known from a popular soap opera. He seemed very interested in Rose and was giving her a lot of attention. In her tipsy state and feeling annoyed with me, she enjoyed the spotlight. They were leaning in close, laughing together, and she made sure I noticed. I caught her looking at me while playing with her hair and flirting with him, clearly trying to provoke me. This felt like a challenge. Even I could see it. Instead of feeling jealous, I was annoyed that she wanted to play these games instead of facing our issues like mature adults. The actor didn't seem to care about our situation. He thought he was having a lucky day and was pursuing her. Claire must have noticed my frustration as I watched them from a distance. "Don't take it to heart," she said. "She's just trying to make you jealous. All she wants is for you to step in and show you care." "I'm not playing those childish games," I replied. She hugged me. "She's been getting frustrated. All she wants is her husband back. She wants you to come home. You must feel that too. From what she said, you've been getting along better." "I do want to, but I'm not sure. I feel uncertain about whether we're truly ready. She has lied to me before. She understands that, which is why she has been patient. But if you think there's even a small chance, now is the time to act. Wait too long and you'll just confuse her. She's wondering what is going on. If she doesn't see any signs that you want the same things, she may consider moving on." That really surprised me. If that's how she feels, maybe that's the best thing. Honestly, I don't want to go through all this drama again. I was pulled away to answer some questions from politicians. It was quite a while before I saw Rose again, and she seemed to have had too much to drink. She came over and bewildered me with her words. "Sorry, I have to go. Martin is taking me to dinner." Trying to hide my annoyance, I replied, "Have a good time. Maybe it'll go well for you." Seeing my lack of interest, she smiled oddly. "Oh, it's more than just luck." "Good for you. Enjoy yourself." She reached for my arm. "Eddie, don't be like this. It doesn't have to be this way. We could leave together." Her voice sounded whiny, and her words were a bit jumbled. "What? Disappoint your friend? You clearly want to be with him more than me." I turned away to tell Mark I was leaving. I nearly reached my car when Claire caught up to me. She shouted as she hurried behind me in her heels. "Eddie, stop!" I paused for her to catch her breath. "Eddie, what are you doing?" "I'm leaving before I make a mistake." "Don't be so hasty, dear. That show in there was for you. She was trying to get your attention. Claire, if she wants to fix our broken marriage, she just needs to say it. No need for these games." "Oh my goodness, Eddie. She has asked you repeatedly." You keep pushing her away. "Claire, I just don't think we're ready. If we get back together now, I worry we'll end up back where we started. Her behavior just shows that. She thinks it's fine to play these silly games, or maybe she still wants that open marriage idea." I got into my car and slammed the door. "Tell her if she wants to be with that other guy, she should just go for it." In my rearview mirror, I could see her watching me as I drove off. "Great!" I shouted at the steering wheel, feeling frustrated. What on earth was I doing? How could she act like that? Now that I was living at the cottage, I could work late into the night. I worked harder than before, putting up insulation and plasterboard in what would be the main bedroom. I paced around like a restless animal. It didn't help my anxiety, looking at all the unfinished projects. I was out of money and ideas, and each incomplete task felt like a reflection of my life. Like any engineer would do, I made a list. Then I sat down, my head in my hands, overwhelmed with the urge to cry. There was no way I could finish this. The next day I called about the job in Wales and accepted it. I would start in 2 weeks. At least that gave me time to secure the place. Time flew by. Most nights I stayed at Gordy's place, enjoying some homebrew and sharing jokes. He was quite the character. Rose went quiet once more. Suddenly I lost contact, and Claire had to keep me informed about what was happening. It turned out that Rose was now with someone famous. Claire was very apologetic, but she mentioned that if I had just gone back and talked to Rose, it might not have happened. Yeah, right. The job in Wales turned out to be quite good and kept me busy. My savings started to grow, and by the end of the second month, I had enough money for new windows and doors. Knowing it would take time to arrive, I ordered them. Gordy said he would store them for me if they showed up before I returned. He also had some news. He saw Rose with another guy at my cottage, and they questioned him about who owned the place. They wanted to buy it. I couldn't believe it. She didn't want anything to do with it when I showed her, and now she wanted to buy it. I would rather lose money than sell it. A couple of weeks later, I got a call from Gordy. A real estate agent has been asking about your property. What should I tell them? Tell them I'm not interested. Laddie, this is serious. They are offering real money. The guy Rose is with seems determined. They even brought a realtor who wants to get in touch with you. She asked for your phone number. I told her I'd check with you first. Go ahead and give her the number, but not my name. Eddie, she can get your name from the property records, right? No, it's in my company's name. You have a company? I do, but I've only used it for the mortgage. Okay, I'll give her your number. By the way, she is very eager. She wants her commission. Gordy, I'm not selling, but I might have some fun with them. Young one, I won't mind if you decide to sell. Don't worry about that. Thanks, mate. Work was intense, and a few days later I was surprised when I received a call from a very professional-sounding young woman. Good morning, Gordon Jenkins gave me your phone number. My name is Rosalind Pike, and I am calling regarding a property you own. Yeah, he mentioned you might call. How can I help? I have a client interested in purchasing your property. I see, but you know it's not for sale, right? I'm aware it isn't listed, but a friend hinted that you might need some financial help. She thought this could be a good opportunity for you. I laughed, trying to sound relaxed. I'm not sure where you got that idea, but I'm doing just fine financially. Then why is the place all boarded up? Because I had to leave for work. I will finish when I get back. I don't mean to be pushy, but I can see that the cottage looks closed up. It seems you have no plans to finish the house. I am a busy man, Mrs. Pike. Miss, she corrected me. Okay, Miss Pike. Here's the deal. Everything is for sale at the right price. Make me an offer I can't refuse. All right? Her tone brightened, sensing a potential deal. I know you paid about £75,000 almost a year ago. You've made some improvements, so my client wants to offer £145,000. How does that sound? That's ridiculous. Tell your client that if he wants to make a serious offer, he can call me. That offer is not serious at all. I understand that you may not have much experience, so I'll let this one slide. She took a deep breath, taking in my response. Mr. Sorry. Who am I speaking with? Not important, Rosalind, but I am quite insulted right now. Please don't call me again if this is the best you can do. Offend me one more time and we won't speak again. She quickly apologized. I'm sorry. The offer was based on the property value and the work done. I'll speak with my client and hopefully we can talk again. I chuckled. What a joke. I was ready to enjoy this. Several days passed before she called again. Good morning, it's Rosalind Pike. Can we talk? Yes, I have a few minutes for you. Good. My client has reconsidered your property. He is ready to make a much higher offer, but there are conditions. He wants to move in right away, and he also wants the building materials included in the purchase price. As I said, Miss Pike, everything comes at a price. But remember, this is your last chance. If you insult me again, we will end our conversation here. Yes, I understand. The new offer is £250,000. I warned you, Miss Pike. Good day. I hung up, leaving her speechless, trying to respond. The offer wasn't terrible. If I really wanted to sell, it would have made me think twice. Later that day, she called back. Good afternoon. I don't know what else to say. The offer seems reasonable. Let's not play games. How much do you want? Miss Pike, I warned you. I won't do your job. If your client is serious, he needs to make a real offer, or stop calling me. I hung up and stepped outside the office to get some fresh air. Walking around, I wondered, what on earth are you trying to achieve? Knowing Rose was interested in the cottage gave me a chance to mess with her, although I wasn't even sure if she knew what was happening. The next morning, I received a phone call from Mr. Salmon, the actor. Good morning, this is Felix Salmon. You were speaking to Roz, from Property Brokers. She was getting quite frustrated, so I decided to step in. I'm calling to see if we can make a deal. I understand. I told Miss Pike that if the price was right, I would think about it. Just remember, the property is not officially for sale. If you're interested, feel free to make an offer. Listen, my girlfriend really wants that place and she's determined to get it. Just tell me the price and we can move forward. It doesn't work like that, Felix. I explained this to Miss Pike. You need to make a serious offer, and then I will consider it. Come on, you've turned down 2 really good offers. Don't mess with me. Just tell me how much you want. Felix, you're not catching on. Make a reasonable offer or stop wasting my time. I hung up and put my phone away. Later that night, I turned it back on and saw several calls from Felix. I could hear his frustration. He was used to getting what he wanted. He had already taken my wife. He wasn't getting anything else from me. During dinner, Gordy called. Listen, I'm getting a bit frustrated. Claire has been here almost every day asking about your cottage. By the way, the windows and doors arrived while she was here. I'm sorry, what do you want me to do? Make a decision. Either sell the place or tell them it's not for sale. I don't want to keep being your secretary. Okay, I will figure it out. If they show up again, just tell them to leave. It's not that simple, and you know it. Claire and Beth are friends. Claire is putting pressure on Beth to find out who owns the cottage. This isn't fair. Please sort it out. Gordy sounded stressed. He was right. I was being silly. I called Felix back. He answered, sounding annoyed. Finally, how much do you want for it? Felix, the cottage is not for sale. That's final. This isn't a negotiation. I'm just stating the fact that it's not for sale. Come on. My girlfriend really loves the place. Just give me a price. It is not for sale. You said everything has a price, so tell me. Not for sale. Do you understand? You're really frustrating me. Just tell me how much you want for that old building. It's not for sale, and stop bothering Gordy. He might contact the police. Things went quiet over the next week. I felt almost embarrassed to call Gordy, but he ended up calling me first. I'm sorry for getting upset with you. I didn't mean to be so short. If I were in your position, I might have had a little fun, too. I was really worried about Beth. Gordy, you don't need to apologize. I was being difficult. I should be the one to say sorry. You're fine, son. I saw Claire and Rose at your cottage today. They were looking around trying to find out what they could. Your ex is really into that place. She's not my wife anymore. She is my ex. We may not be divorced yet, but she is definitely my ex. Not my concern, lad. I just wanted to mention it. You do have a problem, though. Claire has your number. She got it from that actor. I think she's going to try and meddle. How's Beth doing? She's doing okay. She set Claire straight. They may be friends, but they're not super close, and Beth knows when someone is trying to take advantage of her. Please give her a hug for me and let her know I'm sorry. Claire called several days later. I already had her number saved, so when I saw it, I let it go to voicemail. She left several messages over the next few days. I tried to ignore them until I couldn't anymore. I sent her a text. The house is not for sale. Please stop bothering me. She called, but I chose not to answer. She tried many times over the next month, always at odd times. I think she was hoping to catch me off guard. When my time in Cardiff was over and I had some money saved, I went back. Gordy was waiting with a couple of drinks, and Beth brought out some stew. It was a pleasant summer evening, and we sat outside by the barn, enjoying our drinks. What are your plans, lad? I have saved enough to almost finish the cottage. I found a job at Rixon's in town. It's not high paying, but it will keep me afloat. He chuckled. You're an interesting one, aren't you? That Claire. Now that I'm happily married, it's worth mentioning she's been around more than ever lately. We both laughed. Yeah, she is quite attractive, I replied. You know, just so you know, her and her husband are part of a group that meets up. I acted surprised. What? Are you and Beth part of it? He laughed loudly. No way, lad. We don't fit into that scene. They probably think I'm too rough for it. So what are you saying? Well, if I were a young, good-looking guy like you, I might consider it. Claire is going to keep coming around, and if she gets too close, you could use her interest to your advantage. We clinked our glasses and both chuckled at his suggestion. I started at Rixon's the next Monday. It was a small engineering company that worked on pump installations and water contracts. Not the most exciting job, but it would pay the bills. There was one benefit, though. One of their projects was tearing down an old training center for the water board. This wasn't part of their usual work. Since I had experience with demolition, I took on the role of project manager. The reward for this task was a lot of wood. It was an old building made long before modern construction techniques. I made a deal that let me keep the wood for free, as long as I removed it. The wood was mostly oak and Oregon pine. If milled properly, it would be great for my backyard deck. Over the weekend, I was taking off all the shutters from the windows to get ready to put in the new double-glazed ones. While I was on a ladder, I heard a car pull into the driveway. I stayed focused on pulling out nails from the shutters at the top. Then, I heard a car door close, and a voice from below said, "Good morning. It seems we are going to be neighbors. My name is Claire." I smiled and replied, "Hello, Claire. It's been a while." "Edwin," she exclaimed in surprise. "What are you doing here?" "I'm putting in some windows. What about you?" "I was hoping to meet the owner. I saw a car here and thought I would come in and introduce myself. So, are you working for him?" "Claire, I am the owner. We're going to be neighbors." "You!" she shouted. "You are the owner? Oh my goodness, this has to be a joke. All this time it was you?" "Yeah, sorry." I climbed down from the ladder. "How have you been?" She shook her head in disbelief. "Why didn't you just say it was you?" "Because it wasn't really your concern. The cottage was never for sale. You were chasing after me, remember? But this could have all been cleared up if you had told us from the start. I can't believe it." I laughed. "Sorry, but the neighborhood isn't doing well." "Eddie, I don't want to sound rude, but how in the world did you afford this?" "That's not for you to worry about, Claire." "Oh, dear. Have you talked to Rose since you got back? Does she know?" "No, why would I? She's probably off with her new boyfriend. They broke up weeks ago. She wasn't serious about him. It was just a fling. Seemed serious to me. They wanted to buy the cottage together and live there. That was just Felix trying to impress her. Claire mentioned that she loved this place and wished to buy it herself. When Felix learned that, he tried to use it to make her take him seriously. I thought they were already living together." "No, definitely not. Claire still lives in your old home. Felix was really into her and wanted more, but Rose never took it seriously. She was just lonely. That's not how I remember things, but okay. Eddie, that first day she just wanted to make you jealous. She wanted you to commit. She asked you to move back in. If you had, none of this would have happened." "Let's not talk about that again, Claire." She made her choice. It wasn't me. It hadn't been me for a long time. First, she chose Tony over me, and then she turned to Felix, and who knows who else. I could see the worry on her face. She wanted to say something, but couldn't find the right words. "So, what are you doing here? Are you really going to finish this?" "Yeah, that's the plan." "Where are you staying?" "I'm moving into a room here." "For what it's worth, Eddie, I'm sorry for how things turned out. It was never my or Tony's intention to hurt anyone." "No harm done, Claire. I'm just glad I found out about the real Rose before we had kids. It would have been much more complicated." "What do you mean?" "Rose showed her true self. She never mentioned wanting an open marriage. Apparently, it was something she always wanted. You just helped her show it to me." "Eddie, she never did anything with Tony, not even once. Felix was just because she was feeling alone. If you had stepped up, this wouldn't have happened." "Stepped up? Are you saying it's my fault?" Yes, I absolutely am. You kept her waiting for so long. She was so upset. She asked you to make your marriage work. She begged you to come home. How could I trust her? She ran off with Tony. Who knows what happened? We only know what they tell us. He could be lying to you too. Eddie, he doesn't have to lie to me. Our relationship lets him have certain freedoms. If something happened with Rose, he would have been honest with me. Claire, I like you. I think you mean well, but I don't trust Tony at all. I can't believe what he says. I get it. He's your husband, and you want to believe he's honest, but I think otherwise. I'm tired of trying to explain this to you, she said sharply. I think your worries are unfounded. Women can have male friends. That's all they are. Tony enjoys helping young people in business. He even wants Rose to work for him and has offered her a job. If she hadn't told me she wanted to be with him, I might believe you. But she dragged me to that party even though I said no. She was eager to meet him. Darling, those parties are a shared choice. No one is forced into anything. It's agreed upon. Both partners are involved. You could have enjoyed it too. But I didn't want to, and Rose was really upset when I said no. She didn't care about my feelings. The only reason I was invited was so she could feel better about her choices. I give up. You have no idea what I'm talking about. Rose and I spoke many times, both before and after. She was only interested if you showed interest. You are so closed-minded that you just can't see it. She looked at me with concern. Eddie, you really are very naive. You need to be more open-minded. If you could just see things differently, you might be surprised. My mind is open, thank you. I just didn't like what I saw. She frowned. I'm sorry you feel that way. Seeing that I had upset her, I quickly added, I wasn't talking about you, Claire. I just didn't like the idea of casual relationships. It's not casual when you're with friends. Neither of us won this argument. She had her view and it was different from mine. She stayed for a while but eventually left. I went back to putting in the windows. By nightfall, I had finished all the smaller ones, leaving only the French doors for the living room and bedroom. By Sunday night, with help from Gordy and his brother, the doors were in, and we were enjoying some drinks. Living in the house was challenging. The kitchen wasn't finished, and there was no sink or toilet. Once again, Gordy saved the day. I was surprised when he showed up on Monday night with a caravan. He parked it beside the house. Here you go, buddy. Use this until you're done. I was very grateful. He was a true lifesaver. Over the next week, Claire became a regular visitor. She would come by walking through the fields with her dogs, often when I was busy. Our friendship began to grow stronger again, filled with kindness. What I noticed most was the mutual respect between us. She now saw me differently. Every evening when she visited, we would walk around the cottage. She looked impressed as I shared my plans. She often linked her arm through mine and leaned against me as we strolled. She also offered ideas. One day she suggested, you know what would make this place special? Skylights or a glass panel in the roof. It would let the natural light shine in and make it amazing. Her comment surprised me. After she left, I walked into the kitchen looking around. There were no counters or anything yet, but I realized she was right about the light. I looked up at the tall ceiling and started to think about adding glass windows to brighten the space. The more I considered it, the more I wanted to do it. That night I lay in the caravan, searching online for ideas about glass ceilings. I was determined. I found some suppliers and sent emails. Yes, this was really happening. I also found a builder who specialized in this kind of work, and he came over the next evening. We climbed onto the roof, took measurements, and talked about what was needed. His main worry was about getting the right permits. Don't worry about that. Leave it to me, I said. I want to get this done, so we'll go ahead and do the installation. I'll apply for a permit afterward. If we take photos as proof that we followed the rules, it should be fine. He chuckled. You have a lot to learn about our council, but it's your money. He thought he could have the reinforced glass ready by next week. I arranged for scaffolding and got ready for it. Claire was running late for her daily visit, and I was making dinner in the caravan when I heard her dogs barking as she approached. Hello, Eddie. Oh, that smells great, I laughed. It's just baked beans on toast. She giggled. Wow, I haven't had baked beans since I was modeling and sharing an apartment with some friends. She peered into the pot and took a big sniff. Then she looked up at me. Is there enough for two? I chuckled lightly. You, eating baked beans? Seriously? With big, hopeful eyes, she whispered, Please? All right then, if you really want some. I opened another can of beans, tossed them in the pot, grated some cheese, and popped a few slices of bread into the toaster. She curled up with her knees under her while sitting on the bed. How's the cottage coming along? I didn't do much today. I got home late. She nodded. Yeah, today was rough. I had to take Tony to the airport. He got called away for an urgent meeting in London. He should have taken Rose with him. Don't start, Eddie. Can we just drop that? I noticed the tension in her face, so I let it go. Soon we were sitting across from each other on the bed, and she really enjoyed her meal like she hadn't eaten in a while. After she finished, she sighed. Do you have any wine? I chuckled. Sorry, but I can offer you beer. I even have a couple of Gordy's home brews. She shivered at the thought. I opened a beer, and she watched me closely. After I took a drink, she grabbed the bottle from me and took a big gulp. When she handed it back, she quickly covered her mouth to hide a burp. Wow! Do you know how long it's been since I've had beer? I shook my head. How long? Since I was dating Tony, she said. She nestled up beside me. Have you talked to Rose lately? You know I haven't. You talk to her every day. I was hoping you'd reach out to her. She misses you. When I told her you were back, she was so happy. She asked where you were living and what you were doing. She probably wants to tell me about her date with Felix. She lightly tapped my arm. Come on, that's been over for a while, and don't tell me you haven't been dating. I shrugged. I met a few girls down in the valleys. She giggled. Yeah, I've heard stories about those Welsh girls. Claire, I'm not complaining. She has her own life to lead. We are not husband and wife anymore. She can do whatever she wishes. Sorry to spoil your thoughts, but you are still married, you know. Legally, maybe. But we haven't been married since she met Tony. Oh, that's just not true. I know she got a bit caught up with him and she could have managed it better. But she hasn't done anything wrong. Aside from that dance and a little kissing that night, nothing else happened. Claire, even if I accepted that, which I don't, it was the emotional bond that mattered. They spent time together. She shared things with him that she never mentioned to me. I could see the frustration on her face. Eddie, I wanted to ask her out. She loves this cottage. I haven't told her it's yours. She doesn't know anything about this. Well, that's a good thing. I want it to stay that way. It's not fair. I hate lying to her. She is my best friend, and she still cares for you. Yeah, right. After a couple of beers, Rose and the dogs left the driveway. I noticed with some satisfaction that she was taking a slightly crooked route. 2 beers made her tipsy. The next evening, she showed up late again, carrying a bag. I was making sausages and eggs in the pan when she walked in. She immediately leaned over the stove to take a big sniff. Oh, wow, Eddie, what are you cooking? What? I said jokingly. It smells amazing. You're bringing back good memories. She looked up and gave me a quick kiss. Is there enough for 2? I leaned over, opened the small fridge, grabbed a couple more sausages, and tossed them in the pan. While doing that, she opened the fridge and added a few bottles of wine, some cheese, and then pulled out 2 wine glasses. For dinner, she whispered. Claire visiting my caravan became our routine while Tony was away. Even after he returned, she still stopped by for some wine and a chat. The funny thing is, I looked forward to her nightly visits. She was slowly becoming a part of my life. Her scent lingered in my caravan, filling my mind and my space. She always made herself comfortable on my bed, often spreading out and taking up all the room. At night, her fragrance filled the sheets and pillows, and that inspired my dreams. The cottage was coming together. I spent a long day with my new builder friend putting in new overhead windows above the kitchen. What a difference. Now the space was filled with light, and at night, I could see the stars shining above, while the moonlight danced across the glass ceiling. Next, I planned to work on the cabinets. I had never built anything complicated before. My wish to tackle this project myself was not just about saving money, it was also about making the place feel like my own. I wanted it to reflect who I was. I spent countless hours watching videos on YouTube to learn. I bought a really good table saw. The old one I had just wasn't safe enough for this kind of work. I found leftover wood from the floorboards, which was perfect for building. I wanted to get it all done in one go, so I took a week off work. That, combined with the weekend, gave me plenty of time. Since I had never done anything like this before, it felt incredibly rewarding and refreshing. I found some plans online that matched my space and got to work. The air filled with sawdust as I started. I was amazed at how smoothly everything went, and I was pleasantly surprised by how well I could create something detailed and finish it nicely. I did change my mind about the countertop. I found some big, thick pieces of oak through Gordy that I had planned to use, but as I stepped back to look at the kitchen, I realized it wouldn't work. There was too much wood. It would feel overwhelming with all the cabinets made of wood. I decided it needed a stone finish instead. When I saw the prices for stone, I felt nervous. It would push my budget to the limit. In the end, I chose a beautiful quartz countertop for the island encounters. Once it was done, it looked amazing. Claire was starting to get a little anxious as it had been a month since she last saw inside. I wanted it to be perfect before she viewed it. I was really proud of my work, even though the appliances weren't installed yet. Our relationship had become a bit strained. She wanted to invite Rose over to see it, but I said no. She urged me to talk to her, but I didn't feel ready for that. It was hard, though. Every time she visited, she seemed to mention Rose. One evening, I was surprised by her visit. It was warm, and I had cooked chicken and made a salad. I was relaxing in my camp chair when she arrived and sat down next to me. I had already set out her bottle of wine, and she poured herself a glass. We started chatting about the cottage and my recent projects. As we talked, I asked about her day. "Well, there was a welcoming event at Tony's office for a new team member," she said. My interest was piqued. "Sounds interesting." With a bit of nervousness, Claire replied, "Yes, they have a new head of HR." Her hesitation bothered me. "Just say it, Claire. I can tell you want to share something." "It's Rose." I sighed and nodded, understanding. "Oh, I see. Well, she should fit in well there. They can go away together. Think about how much money the company would save. Only one hotel room to book. Don't be rude. She won't have to travel very often." There was an awkward pause before she spoke excitedly. "I told her." "Told her what?" I already knew, and it made me angry. "Eddie, I had to. She asks me about you every day. Have I seen you, what you're doing, where you're staying? It's not fair. She basically interrogates me every single day, so yes, I told her. It made me angry, but in the end, what did it matter? Who cared if she knew? Maybe it would hurt her to know." "What did she say?" "At first she was shocked. Then she got angry that you hadn't told her the truth. She was upset that even when you learned she wanted to buy it, you never said anything." "Oh well, never mind. So sad." She glared at me. "Don't be a smart aleck. It doesn't suit you." "Sorry, but what do you want me to say? She picked that guy Felix. We were talking and I thought maybe we had a chance, but then at that party she just chose him." "Eddie, she was feeling lonely. She tried to reach out to you. She wanted to talk, and you can't keep pushing someone away and expect them to come running." "It doesn't matter, Claire. It's over. We have both moved on." "Like you really have." Her strong words surprised me. I had never heard her speak like that. She looked at me intently. "I'm sorry, Eddie, but that's just not true. I see the hurt in your eyes, just like I see it in hers. Every time we talk, it's the first thing she asks. Have you heard from Eddie?" She picked up my plate and nibbled on my salad. "Wow, Eddie, you're improving. This is really good." I joked. "Do you want some? I made enough for two?" "No, this is enough for me, thanks." I got up and went inside to grab another plate. When I sat back down, she asked, "So, can I bring her out to see you?" I felt like it didn't matter what I said. This was happening anyway. "Okay, but give me another week." "Why?" "Because I need to get ready and finish a couple of things." If I needed a reason to work hard, knowing she was coming pushed me. I stayed up late working. A few days later, it was late. The sun had set, and I was tired after a light meal, lying on the bed with a beer. I was about to doze off when I heard the dogs barking. The caravan door swung open and Claire came in. She looked upset. She grabbed a glass, took some wine from the fridge, and sat on the edge of the bed. Move over, you big guy. I made space for her. She settled further onto the bed, poured her wine, and drank it quickly. She set her glass down and snuggled beside me, resting her head on my shoulder. She wiggled closer to me. I held her shoulder gently. "What's wrong?" She didn't answer. Instead, she reached for my hand and pulled it around her. "Just hold me." I wrapped my arms around her. "Please tell me what's going on." "It's nothing. Tony is just being annoying." "What did he do?" She turned her head toward me, and we were so close. I could feel her warm breath on my cheek. "He can be really frustrating sometimes, but it's nothing big." She shifted, leaning against my side. "Thank you," she said softly. We locked eyes, and I saw some tears forming. "What did I do?" "Nothing. You're just always here when I need support, and you don't judge me." "I tease you sometimes," I said quietly. "Maybe, but you never mean it in a bad way. I know you care about me." "Really, Claire? What's really going on?" "I think he's cheating on me." "Rose?" She sat up suddenly, looking at me in surprise. "No, why would you think that?" "I'm sorry, it's just that she started at his work recently." "No, it was Rose who mentioned it to me." She relaxed back into my arms, and I held her close again. "I'm sorry you're feeling this way." Her tears landed on my shirt, making it damp as she sniffled. "I'm sorry, Eddie. I've always felt a connection between us. I know you feel it too." I nodded gently. "Yes, I feel it. I always have." She stayed close to me. "Why did you walk away that first night?" "Claire, you are an amazing person. I wanted to be with you more than anything. But I thought about my marriage and how wrong it would be." She chuckled softly. "So why did you hold back?" "I really don't know. It just felt like the right thing to do at the time. I was committed to my wife. You're married too, and I didn't want to complicate things." "But you found me attractive." "Oh yes, you're stunning, but you're not just that. You have a wonderful heart too. We share something special." I reached back for my drink, taking a sip. She leaned over and poured herself some wine. We sat up against the wall of the caravan, thinking. "What should I do, Eddie? What if he is cheating?" "I'm not sure. If it were me, I would want to know for sure, not just guess." "So I should ask him directly?" I nodded. "Yes. Do you think he would lie to you?" She shook her head. "No, he has never lied to me. I know him well. I'm just scared." "I thought you had an agreement where you could both be free to explore other connections." "We do, but this feels different. It feels like he's hiding something from me. If he said he met someone and wanted to be with them, then yes, I would be okay with that. But he hasn't told you anything." "No, he is being difficult. Tonight he came home and said he was going out. He didn't say where or why. He just left." She finished the bottle of wine, and I finished the beer. The dogs barked outside, missing their owner, so I opened the door to let them in. I got another bottle of wine and a couple of beers. We settled back on the bed and had a few drinks, soon cuddled together. She fell asleep, resting her head in my arm, our bodies close together. I lay back, pulled the blanket over us, and tried to stay still. Her warmth and scent surrounded us both. It's hard to sleep late in the caravan. The light streams in. That morning was no different. The bright sunlight filled the bed with light that was hard to ignore. When I opened my eyes, she was waking up too. Trying to lighten the mood, I said, "Move over. I need to go to the bathroom, and it sounds like the dogs do too." I clambered over her and stepped outside. The dogs raced out, eager to go. When I came back inside, Claire lay on her side, looking at me with her head propped on her elbow. I found some old sausages in the fridge and tossed them to the dogs. Instead of going back to bed, I decided to make breakfast. I put some bread in the toaster, took out a pan, and started cooking bacon. She watched as the smell of bacon and toast filled the caravan. I cracked some eggs into the pan, and Claire sighed. "Eddie, are you trying to make me gain weight?" "Happy and healthy," I laughed. We moved outside where the sun was shining brightly on a wooden crate I used as a table. I served the food and made us a cup of tea. We ate quietly. "Thanks for last night, Eddie. Most guys would have taken advantage." "In that case, most guys aren't very smart. Claire, as much as I might have liked that, it wouldn't have been right. If it ever happens, it needs to be for the right reasons, not revenge or just being silly." She giggled. "I was a bit tipsy, wasn't I?" You definitely were. Oh, that feels nice. Tony doesn't call me that anymore. He's missing out because you really are special. As we finished eating, she asked, "Should I do the dishes?" "No, I can handle it." "What should I do, Eddie?" "Talk to him, give him a chance. There might be a good explanation." She frowned. "I hope so. Will you be okay, or do you want me to go with you?" She burst out laughing, struggling to speak. "You? With me? Oh yes, that would help." I chuckled. "The offer stands. I just want to make sure you're okay. What will you tell him about last night?" "I'll say we were together all night, and you are the best partner I've ever had." I almost choked at her words. She giggled. "Relax. I'll tell him the truth." I nodded and smiled. "Good plan. The truth is always best." She kissed me softly at first, but then it deepened quickly. Her arms wrapped around my neck, and we shared a sweet moment pressed close together. When she pulled back, I felt a little unsteady. "Oh, wow, Claire. Can we do that again? I can make it even better." "You playful boy," she said as she picked up her bag and called for the dogs. I stood there trying to catch my breath, watching her walk away with a sway in her step. I cleaned up the dishes to tackle later and began laying tiles in the bathroom. I had never done this before, so I relied on what I learned from online videos. The white tiles went down easily, making the room feel bigger and brighter. I still needed one important item, a big old cast-iron clawfoot bathtub. Rose loved taking long baths, and I wanted to create a lovely space for her. The bathroom had a nice view out to a small courtyard, with a large window letting in natural light. I had already placed skylights in this room, so it felt open to the sky. All I needed now was the bathtub. I couldn't afford a new one, so I was hoping to find an old, used one, but those were hard to come by. That evening, Gordy came over with some of his homemade beer. We relaxed and enjoyed the beautiful sunset. I shared my search for a bathtub, and he laughed. With a twinkle in his eye, he said, "Have you ever walked to the back of your property?" With raised eyebrows, I asked, "No, why not? What's up there?" "When you can, take a walk along the creek," he suggested. "Come on, what will I find?" "You'll see for yourself." After he left, I decided to explore. The path to the back of the property slowly rose, with a small creek running beside it. Holding a beer, I followed the trail. About halfway up, I spotted a big old clawfoot bathtub lying on its side. While it was quite dirty and chipped, it was still sturdy. It was heavy, though, as I tried to move it through the weeds. I laughed on my way back, realizing Gordy had known all along. Now I needed to figure out how to get it cleaned up and restored. The next morning, I woke up to Gordy on his tractor. He tooted the horn from outside my caravan. "Time to get up, you sleepyhead." I groaned a little and got out to meet him, pretending to snarl in protest. "What on earth are you doing, you crazy person? If you want that bath, get yourself up there." I put on my boots and followed him up the path. Together, we managed to lift it onto the back of the tractor and headed back to the cottage. After 2 hours of hard work, it finally showed its true colors. It looked amazing. Now, I needed to get it refinished. After some searching, I found a car painting shop that also did bath finishing. By Tuesday, I had what seemed like a brand new bath in a great spot. I felt uneasy. Claire had gone missing, and even though I was concerned about her, I also didn't want to intrude. I thought about sending a text. He wouldn't see that. I took out my phone, leaned back in my favorite camp chair with a beer in hand. I started to write a quick message, but just as I was about to hit send, a car sped up my driveway. Claire's Mercedes skidded to a stop, sending gravel flying. I watched as she rested her head on the steering wheel, not moving. Worried, I hurried over. I opened the door and asked, "Claire, are you okay?" The awful liar. He was unfaithful to me the whole time. Our entire marriage was a lie. The unfaithful liar. Hey, everyone. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you won't miss any of the exciting stories we have coming up. What do you think about the characters in this story? Let us know in the comments. We'd love to hear from you.